so excited that you are here. You have taken this time to celebrate you, to do something different, and to commit, okay? We are going to commit not just to these 3 days of this Sexy Fit and Well Summit, but we are going to commit to a lifestyle, okay? This is all about lifestyle. Say that with me, y'all. Lifestyle. Yes. So I am excited to be a part of this journey with you to kick it off. My name is Kristen Michelle, and I am here to support you on this journey as we get sexy, as we get fit, as we get well throughout these 3 days and beyond. So what I need you to do first, I need you to set your space, okay? What I need you to do is watch and listen with no distractions. That means the kids got to be put on notice. Okay, you got to let them know right now is my time. Don't ask me for no snacks. You got to set the kids up in advance, okay? You got to tell the husband, you got to tell whoever, listen, this is my time right now. No distractions. I need you to turn the notifications off of your phone. No beeps, no dings. This is your time to commit to you and all that you are committed to doing. This is your time to stop talking and start doing. So I need you to make sure you get all the nuggets, all of the notes, all of the inspiration, all of the information that's going to be shared with you over these next 3 days, okay? So you've already registered, but guess what? I know you got a girlfriend who isn't registered. I know you got a girlfriend that you can think of right now that said, she needs to be here. So I want you to take a quick second and make sure you share with a friend. Tell her to go to www.sexyfitandwellsummit.com, get herself registered and get her in here with you so you can have an accountability partner. You can share, you can encourage one another, and we can grow together. Does that work for you? That works for me, okay? So I am excited to bring on our very first speaker. I think y'all might know something about her. I think you may know something about wellology, maybe? The wellologist, maybe? Maybe you've seen a plank or two pop across your Facebook timeline. Maybe, just maybe, you said, I wonder what this lady's got going on. So we're about to find out what she has going on and what she is about to pour into you. So make sure you sit back, you get that pen and that paper, you get that recorder, you do whatever you got to do, and you prepare yourself to listen to the one and only Miss Candace Camille. Now, let me tell you a little something about Miss Candace Camille, okay? As I said, she is the wellologist, okay? She is all about making sure you are on a lifestyle journey of wellness, health, your nutrition, your physical. She's going to push you. She's going to challenge you, okay? This is not just some patty cake situation, y'all. She's coming all the way in. You registered for it, so I know you're ready for it. So you got to sit here and you're going to listen about these P's, okay? There's some power in some P's that are about to happen, and I want to make sure I get my notes too, so I'm about to get out of the way. But Candace Camille, she is the CEO of Candace Camille. See, I got to slow down. Look, I'm so excited. Candace Camille Enterprises, and she is the founder of the Sexy Fit and Well online fitness classes and Plank Talk Nation, y'all. I feel a little embarrassed because I can't hold those planks. I can maybe do a good minute before I pass out, but I think Candace can do she might be doing a whole 30 minutes, maybe even longer. I have to check. But she can hold those planks, y'all, while she talks to you and pours into you. I don't know if she's going to do this in the plank. We'll have to see. Get ready. Excuse me. Lord, Kristen, slow down. So we are going to embark on this journey with Candace Camille. She is your visionary for the Fit and Sexy Wellness Summit. She is the visionary for you taking your life back and getting all the way healthy, all the way fit, all the way well, mind, body, and soul. So ladies, I bring to you Miss Candace Camille.
Christian, for that amazing, amazing introduction. Welcome to the Sexy Fit and Well movement, day one. I am Candace Camille, CEO of Candace Camille Enterprises, founder of Plank Talk Nation and the Sexy Fit and Well movement, where I teach women to be sexy, fit, and well through mindset, through movement, through meals with results that you can see in your body and feel in your soul. Are y'all ready to go? Are you ready to go on day one? I'm so excited. I am super excited to be here. What about you? Welcome to the Red Couch Chronicles, where you cannot get your body tight if your mind isn't right. See, in order to change, you're going to have to start in your mind. A lot of times we think we can work out and change what we eat, and then we're going to have us a toned body, we're going to have us a tight body, but we have not done the mental work. Over and over again, my clients consistently start and stop. But until we get them on the red couch, until we get you on the red couch and get you ready to change your thought process, and only can you stay. See, at a point you have to decide, am I going to stay? Am I going to stick and stay? And am I going to start and stop? Let me say that again. Am I going to stick and stay or start and stop? So y'all ready to stop starting, stopping and starting, stopping and starting, stopping and starting? Who in here ready to stop and start and stop and start? So if you're ready to stop doing the start, the stop and start, right in the feed me. I'm ready. I'm ready to stop and starting and begin again. Each and every day we have the opportunity to begin again. So right here, this is day one. This is day one of the Sexy Fit and Well Summit. We all are beginning again, and we're beginning in our mind. We're going to get our mind right so we can get our body tight, right? That's what this is all about. So today, my presentation is the power of the pee, right? There's so much power to peeing in the morning. So I came all the way over here to actually pee all over you. Yes, I did. I came to pee all over you. Did she just say she gonna pee on me? I surely did. But where did your mind go? Where did your mind go? See, because the mind is the master power, right? I'm talking about the power of perception. The power of perception. That's the P that I'm talking about, because what we perceive, right? What you think in your mind, your perception is going to determine what you perceive. So how you think about things is going to determine how you see things. So when you talk about the power of your perception and your perspective, I told y'all I was going to pee all over you. Take note of the P's. See, you get to decide when you wake up every single morning. You have the power every single morning. You have the potential every single morning when you get up to decide if you're going to pee in pain or if you're going to pee in pleasure. You get to decide. Listen, y'all, take note of the P's, because at the end of this presentation, someone is going to win a copy of my book. Someone is going to win a copy of my book if they let me know how many P's I said, like all the words that started with P. I told y'all I come here to pee all over you. So the power of perception. So what you're going to walk away from this is, how do you get to prepare for your next? How do you get to practice for your next so you can see the progress that you're going to get? How are you going to stay inside of the process so your performance can be better? Because that's what it's all about. You have to prepare. You have to practice. You have to own the process, trust the process, so your performance can get better. This way you'll see progress over and over and over again. And each and every one of us have the potential to do that. There's some things that we have to practice every single day in order to see progress in our life. There once was a time when I didn't know anything about a plan. I didn't know what a plan was. What was I supposed to do? How was I supposed to follow it? Or even if I wanted to follow it or not, right? So that was back then when I was diagnosed with cancer, probably about over 2 decades ago, right? So as of today, I've been in remission for over 2 decades. I am a cancer conqueror. Yes, I am. I kick cancer's ass. Cancer deserves a cuss word. I kick cancer's ass, right? But I realized what the things that I had to do in order to get there. See, my mind wasn't always in a fighting mode. I was not always a warrior. I didn't even think I had the potential in order to beat such an awful disease, because we think that when we hear the C word, that it's an automatic death sentence. And guess what? I'm no different. So did I. I just thought, you know what? I'm going to just go home and die, right? I'm going to go home, spend the last time I have with my husband and my children, and I'm going to die. I'm just going to work through it, lay in this bed, and just die. But what I realize is that the longer you lay there, the longer you stay there. And I decided, so you start thinking all kinds of stuff. I decided that I didn't want to die. See, as women, we have the right to change our mind. I decided I did not want to die, right? I wanted to live, and I wanted to live now. I wanted to get my life back the way that it was, right? I wanted to be able to live my best life. I did not want to be on a ventilator. I did not want a hole in my throat. I wanted to live my life that I knew what it was. And being in the hospital, having my children and my husband come take care of me for the rest of my life, just laying in the bed was not an option for me. I didn't want that. I truly would rather be dead than to have that. See, that was a decision that I made. But one of the things I asked myself one night, did I do my best? Did I do everything that was necessary to try to save my life? Why am I saying it's okay to die? Why are you saying it's okay to have diabetes? Why are you saying it's okay to have cancer? Why are you saying it's okay to have hypertension if you have not done anything to try to make it better, to try to push it away? I figured this was it. There was no other way. I was just going to lay here for the rest of my days and let somebody take care of me, let somebody clean me, let somebody wash me, let somebody take me to the bathroom. That's how debilitating it was. It was just that debilitating. But the very thing that I didn't want to be was the very thing that I became, was that I did not want to be a burden. I did not want to be a burden to my family. And here I had somebody, my husband, taking care of me, hiring people 24/7 to make sure that I was okay. I did not want to live like that. I literally just wanted to die. And I had a girlfriend that came over and simply said, you know what? You got to pray on it. You have to pray on this thing. You have to talk to God, and you have to let him know what you want. And I said, you know what? I honestly don't want to hear it. You know, the doctor has diagnosed me with cancer. You know, what God gonna do? See, again, what you think, some of your limiting beliefs, and you don't know exactly how this is going to turn out. You don't know that there's a higher source out there that can help you out if you believe it, right? See, and I did say out there. See, because I thought God was a supernatural human being on the outside of you that you had to pray to, and he was going to come down from the sky and help you out. See, that's not how the spirit works. That's not how God works. So one day I decided, when she said, you know what? You have to ask God. Just talk to him, just like you talking to me. That's how we pray. So one day I said the prayer, you know, God, I don't want to live like this. I want to get up so I can be an amazing, you know, wife to my husband, an amazing mother to my children, right? I don't want to live like this. I don't want to lay in this bed. So there's two things. You can either take me where you are, because I heard you were in a pretty cool space. You can take me there, or you can get me out of this bed. Because just like I told you before, I was debilitated in this bed, right? So I said the prayer in Jesus' name, amen. Right? said the prayer in Jesus' name, amen. I woke up the next morning. I thought I, was dead. How your grandparents say, you wake up dead, right? You just wake up dead, But anyway, I thought God had took all of my stuff with me, my room, everything to heaven, because I thought for sure I was in so much pain that there was no way that I was going to wake up the next morning. I thought for sure this was it. I had said goodbye to my husband. I had said goodbye to my children. And I said the prayer to God, not simply because I wanted to go where he was, and I did not want to go to hell. There was two places that you can go to. So I figure I need to get right. I need to get right with God so I can go where he was. So my expectation, see, when you have an expectation as a plan, right? And sometimes your best laid plans are not your own. See, God had another plan for me, right? So when I woke up the next morning, and I realized that I wasn't dead, I was like, why? Why did he leave me here? But here's what happened. Again, not your plan. I told you I was debilitated in the bed, right? I was able to move over and reach over the side of the bed, right? And I fell on the floor. Let me tell you something. It hurt so good. It hurt so good. Every fiber of my being that hit that floor hurt so good. Why? Because there was movement. See, nothing changes without movement. So when I prayed and said the prayer and I asked God, either take me there or make me whole, you have to move if you wanted to get whole. That's what I learned. I moved. So I laid on that floor and I just yelled and I screamed because it really did hurt. So my aide came and she tried to help me up. I pushed away. No, go away. Go away. I'm on the floor. I'm moving. I couldn't stand up. So I got on all fours and I began to crawl. So can you imagine just being down on the floor, sick as a dog, and realizing there is hope? So I started to crawl. And what I realized in that moment was that God wasn't on the outside of you. He was on the inside of you. And you had to surrender to release him in order for you to get the power. So that's how my Sexy Fit and Well began, just about 30 years ago, when I decided, yes, it's about a decision. It's about a decision when I decided that I did not want to die. See, you have to make a decision. And when you make the decision, God gonna give you the plan that you have to follow. But in order to get to your best performance, right? In order to get to your best performance, you gotta follow the plan to the letter of the law. So what did I know about the plan? I didn't even know what the plan was. All I knew is I was on the floor and I can walk. I can crawl. What do I have to do? See, here's what I know for sure about the body. That the only way to get it strong was through eating well and moving well. And I was not doing either of those, right? I wasn't eating at all. You cannot get your body strong without giving it what it needs, right? Only thing I had to eat back then, the only thing that would stay down was Isocal. Right now, today we call it Ensure, but back then we had Isocal. And all I knew, if I wanted to continue to get out of this bed by myself, if I wanted to continue to be able to crawl and someday walk and someday run, that I had to make sure I get the nutrients and things in my body that I hear about. So when you hear me say about the Sexy Fit Well movement and what it takes in order for you to be well, movement and meals is a part of it, but you cannot get there until you figure out the plan. See, the plan is the mindset. See, because the mind is the master power. See, once you make up your mind that you wanted to do it, if you remember, I said I made up my mind that I wanted to live. So you have to make up your mind. What do you want? What is it that you want? See, today is day one. We're starting the hunt we're starting the hunt for the person you have yet to become, for the person you have yet to meet yet. See, I started my hunt. I started my journey a long time ago, and I'm still on the hunt for my best self. See, because it keeps going, because just when you think you better, or you think you at your best, better is always available. Better is always available. So let me say that again. Today, we start the journey. Today, we start the hunt for the person you have yet to become, for the person you have yet to meet. Straight to your goals, like straight to the result you want. As you travel, what goal do you want? When I was on that floor, all I wanted to do was move. I moved. See, that was my best at that moment. I moved. Better is available. So crawling was the next thing. So I wanted to crawl, right? See, here's the deal. If you don't know who you are, you don't know where you're going, and you don't know what you want, you're going to settle for what you find. See, that's why the red couch is so very important. See, because when you get on the red couch, you have to come into agreement fast. Come into agreement fast with your truth. See, because there is no movement without truth. So when you sit down, you have to come into agreement real fast with the truth, right? But first, you got to come in agreement with God, and then come in agreement with your truth. Because guess what? God already know the truth. Do you? See, because that's the only way for us to change. See, even on that day when I said I wanted to die, that wasn't the truth. I was just scared. See, fear had entered the picture. You see how your mind can just totally take you out because of something that you believe, and how your limiting beliefs can just take you back and forth because somebody told me that when you get cancer, you die. This don't make no sense to fight about it. What's there to fight about it? Because you believe that once you got this disease, you're going to die. But let me tell you something. That was their belief. That was not my belief. See, I had to come in agreement with that truth real fast. That was not my belief. That was their belief. And when you talk about changing and moving to your next level, you remember my next was getting out of that bed, getting on that floor, and crawling to the bathroom. Those were my next goals that I can see, goals that was right in front of me, right? Those were my next goals. Making sure I get something to eat, put some food, nutrition in my body. So when I got on that floor to crawl, that I had the strength. I had the strength to be able to get me to my next. So each and every day I prepare. See, catch note of the P's. You have to prepare for what you want. You can't just go get to the mountain without climbing. You got to prepare for it, right? You got to prepare. So what's your preparation for knowing where you want to go and your destination? So as you're on this journey and you're getting ready to travel to your destination, what are you prepared? Are you prepared when you run into any obstacles? Are you prepared when your negative committee starts coming in your mind, talking you away from what it is that you want? Are you prepared? Have you done what's necessary to get you there? See, you got to prepare if you want to get to your goal, if you want to get to your results. So when you are preparing for it and you know what you got to do, see, I knew that I had to eat. I knew that I had to move. I knew I had to exercise my body. That was the only way that I had to get strong. I knew that I had to rest, that I needed to get some sleep, that I needed to move. I needed to eat. You know, I needed to eat well. My skin was ashen and dark and gray. You know, I was dehydrated. I knew that instead of taking all these medications, that I had to drink more water, that I had to get some vitamins. See, all of that stuff was in my plan, in the preparation, so I can get to my next. So when you know what you're preparing for, now you're ready for your next. See, we have an expectation of the preparation, right? So now that you have your expectations and now you prepared, you have your plan, you know what you have to do. Now it's time to practice your plan. It's time to practice your plan, because practice brings what? You know, we're all taught that practice brings what? Somebody write that down in the comments, like practice brings what? See, we think that practice makes perfect, but there's no perfect. There's no perfection. We are perfect in our imperfections, right? But what practice does is it brings permanency and it brings progress. As a matter of fact, let me switch that around. It brings progress and then it brings permanency. See, now that you have your preparation, right? You're prepared. Preparation is key. Now you got to practice. See, you can't practice eating well. You can't practice sleeping well. You can't practice hydrating well. You can't practice moving well if it's not in your plan. See, it has to be in your plan in order for you to get there. See, if you remember when I was on that floor, my plan was to crawl. And these are the things that I had to do. So every day I got up and I practiced my plan. You know, I practiced my plan. I watched my progress as I went from level to level to level to level. As I climb that mountain, see, I'm working. As I climb that mountain, I practice the progress until it became a permanent part of my life each and every day, that I ate well, right? That I moved, I crawled, right? And the more you practice, the stronger you get, right? One day I was able to walk with my aid, right? I walked, I continued the plan. See, you got to follow the plan to the letter of the law, and you got to have patience as you move through your plan, right? And your preparation, because the more you follow it, the better you get. The more you practice, the more progress that you see. See, here's the question I want to ask you though today, you know, while we sit here on the red couch. Here's the question I want to ask you today. Are you prepared to invest at the level at which you want results? See, you remember I was on the floor, I wanted to crawl, but see, the more I crawl, the more I wanted. I wanted more. So do you want more? If you want more, are you prepared to do what's necessary to get you to your more, right? You got to prepare. You got to practice, because it brings progress. It makes it a permanent part of your life. And sometimes you may even have to pivot inside of your plan. See, there is no straight line to your result. Sometimes you may have to go left. Sometimes you may have to go right. You may have to back up. You may have to jump up. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to keep it moving forward. You just have to change the game. When you change your game, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to get to the place that you want to be. See, inside of your plan, you have to be the stamp. You have to be the stamp. You know how you put a stamp on an envelope and you put the address on the envelope, you put it in the mailbox, you take it to the post office and they deliver it. It don't stop till it gets to this destination. See, you got to be a stamp inside your plan. You don't stop until you get to your destination. You have to keep pushing. You know, you got to keep pushing until something happens, right? You got to keep pushing until something happens. And you got to decide what your P is in push. Each and every day that you practice, you got to push. You got to keep pushing until you figure out what it is you want to happen, right? So what's your P in push? Is it pray until something happens? Is it persist until something happens? Is it persevere until something happens? Is it plank until something happens? What's your P? I want everybody to write down, what's your P? How you going to push today? How you going to take your plan and keep pushing past your quit so you can get to your next? See, you can't quit. You got to push past your quit. You got to push past your pain. You got to push past your pause until you get to where you want to be. You got to be persistent in your pursuit. Let me say that again. You got to be persistent in your pursuit of increased performance. Catch note of the P's. I want you to make sure you write them down. This is no game. I am not playing, right? You have to know that what's your P and push. When I tell you I'm coming to pee all over you, let me tell you something. It's all about perception. It's all about perspective. Is your plan going to be pain, or is your plan going to be pleasure? You get to decide, right? Nobody wants pain. We want pleasure. See, because when you change your association from pain to pleasure, you just get things done. You get things done. And the last P is process. You got to trust the process, and you got to have patience in it. See, here's what you have to do. You have to fall in love with the process of your change. See, you have to smile every time you think about it, right? Every time I think about being sexy, fit, and well, when I am the power inside of my red pump, when I am the power inside of my pump, I get excited. I get all pumped up. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you now, you have to change what you're thinking and how you're seeing things in order to get to your next, right? So trust the process. So when you're talking about the power of the mind and what it takes to change your mind, it's a lot of times you got to give up some of those limiting beliefs, some of those perceptions that were taught to you, some of those behaviors. We got to unlearn some behavior patterns, right? You got to let go of some patterns. They are not yours. And see, one of the things about being, a certified emotional mastery coach, when I work with my clients, these are some of the things that I do. They come in whining all day. Sometimes, especially when they're in the stop and start, when we talk about, are you prepared? If you come here and you haven't slept all day, you haven't slept all night, you're not prepared. If you come here and you've just been eating crap, you're not prepared. If you have not drank enough water, you're not prepared. So that's why you're whining, and that's why you're here, because you didn't do what was necessary to follow the plan and be prepared so you could be here today, so we can increase your progress. See, your process, when you go outside of the process and you're not being prepared, you're unable to practice. That's how that works. So when they come and they say, you know what, I don't feel like doing it, it hurts, every excuse in the book. We all have an excuse bag. I'm too old, I'm too short, I'm too fat, I'm too tall, I don't have time, I don't have money, I'm gonna get my hair sweating. Put all of that in your excuse bag. Because if you want something to change, the only way to do that is you have to move. And you got to move in your mind first before you move in your body. See, because your body ain't going to know what to do until your mind tell it what to do. See, that's why so much power in peeing in the morning. You get to decide every morning that you get up, how are you going to prepare? How are you going to prepare your day? It's all about your perception. Are you going to perceive your day? I just don't feel like getting out of the bed. I'm going to put the covers up. I'm not going to participate in my life today. I'm just going to lay here. You get to decide. That's the power of your mind. Or either you can switch it, you can flip it, right? And say, you know what? I'm getting up today. I'm getting out of this bed today. Right here, right now. The decision is made. Follow your plan. You get to decide. Prepare. Practice. Own the process. Trust the process, because that's the only way that your performance is going to get to its best. We all have the potential. We hear a lot now about pivoting. We have been pivoting all our life. When I was dealing with cancer, I pivot. Listen, I was abused as a child. To get out of that, I pivot. I was homeless at once in my life. I pivot. I was a domestic violence conqueror. I pivot. In life, for all the events that we go through, that we grow through, you have to pivot in order to get on the other side of that. But see, then you got to let that mess go. See, because when I realized from being abused as a child, that's not my mess, that's my parents' mess, right? For the guy that beat my behind for 4 years, That's his mess, right? The fact of the matter that I had to live on the street in the phone booth, that was my mess right now based on what somebody else did to me. But I could have waddled there, but I decided I didn't want to be there, right? So I did my best and I moved and I planned and I did what was necessary to get me and my daughter out of that phone booth. See, it's all about the plan. You plan, you have a strategic plan as you going through. Yes, I done been through some stuff, right? I done been through bankruptcy. I tried to commit suicide, all of those things. But you get to decide how you want to move on the other side of this. See, I decided I didn't want to stay there. I didn't want to live that life. That was not how my story is going to end. See, you have the power to decide how your story is going to end. All you have to do is get up every morning and decide that I'm going to get up every day and I'm going to take my wellness pills. And I want you guys to write this down before I end this. I want you to write these pills down, and each and everything that you have to do, you make sure you take a big dose of these. The first pill is commitment. You got to get committed, right? The second pill is consistency. You got to get consistent. The third pill is discipline, right? Then the fourth pill is determination. You got to be determined to get something done. When you decide what your push is, you got to be determined to keep pushing until something happens. The next pill is accountability. See, you got to get accountable or get somebody to help you stay accountable. See, because the negative committee in your head will come out real fast and have you change your mind. See, you're going to have to tell that committee to go sit down and shut up somewhere. But that's when your accountability partner come in to say, come on, let's go. No matter what you're thinking, no matter what you're feeling, that's not in the plan. We may have to alter it. We may have to detour. We may have to change the game, but we following this plan. So let's go, right? Then you have courage. See, change takes courage. See, because a lot of folks gonna talk you out of being courageous. Girl, you good right where you are. You don't have to change. You don't have to change. So you gotta have courage to get to your next and to get to your best, right? And the last thing in the pill that I want you to take is patience. You gotta have patience in order to get there. Wherever you are, you just didn't get there overnight. And it's going to take preparation, practice, and owning the process and trusting the process in order for you to get to where you want to be. Remember, we're going on a journey for the person you have yet to become. You know where you're going. See, now you don't have to settle for taking, medications all the time, right? You rather take 2 pills and 2 stairs, and you'll hear that later on when we're talking about why we're not moving. See, you don't have to take those pills. When you start taking commitment and consistency and discipline and determination, accountability, courage, determination, and patience, you will have to take less of anything else. Because when you take those pills, you're changing your mind. You're changing the game as you travel through your plan. As you travel through your plan. See, here's what I want to leave you with. The mind is the master power, and we are mind. And evermore, our mind takes the tools of thought, the shaping what we will. Our mind brings forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. We think secret and it comes to pass. Our mind is a looking glass. Your inner picture determines your outer world. What you think about, you bring about. The power is in your hands. If you want to be sexy, fit, and well, if you want to change, if you want to get to your next, the power really is in your hand. Ladies, you get to decide. Own your power and stand in it. Sometimes you even gotta get gangster with it. But reach in, get what you want, pull it out and follow your plan. I am Candace Camille. I will see you tomorrow on day 2. Bye, everybody.
Listen, did y'all just get peed on? Did y'all just get peed on? Listen here. I was not even ready for that. See, I'm over here in my corner trying to take my little notes. I wasn't ready for all of that. And listen, this was just the introduction, y'all. That was just the introduction. So listen, in case, see, I was all excited. I didn't even get everything else out. I want to make sure you are clear. That was Candace Camille. She is our founder. She is the visionary of this amazing summit, but not just for this summit, for the Sexy Fit and Well movement, okay? Yes, she teaches online classes, and yes, she teaches all about health and fitness and wealth and nutrition and all of that. But listen, this is a movement, and I need you to get that into your mentality, okay? I need you to understand this is a movement, y'all. We are part of something major. And I want you to get that into your mindset, because if you didn't notice, if I didn't share this with you before, this is just day 1, and we are all about mindset. Because the first thing you got to do, you got to renew the mind, y'all. You got to make that shift in the mind in order to make everything else flow. To get those wheels turning in the mind in order to get all that other stuff flowing, okay? So this is all about mindset. I am excited to get into more of what we have in store today. So I'm not going to stand in your way. We're going to focus on some spirituality now, okay? We got to get that spirit right. That spirit, okay? We got to get the spirit right. So what we're going to do is bring in our next speaker. But before we do that, because I know there was a whole lot of peas that just came popping out, right? So we were talking about a little bit of perception. Did y'all catch that? We were talking about a little bit of, let's see, maybe some purpose. Did y'all talk about some purpose? Maybe we talked about some preparation, practice, process. Now, I'm not going to give them all away, because what you can do, I want you to make sure you go over your notes, look at all the P's that you came up with. There were a whole lot of P's. So I want you to check all those P's. How many P's did you come up with? How many notes did you get? I want you to email them to us. There is a free book from Candace Camille that she is giving away to the person who can send the most P's, okay? She peed on you, you gotta pee on her right back, okay? Email them, go to info@CandaceCamille.com. So that's info@Candace, and that's CANDICE, Camille with 2 L's, .com, and make sure you send all your P's and see if you can get that free book, because I know it's going to bless your whole entire soul. So while you're doing that, I want you to do that real quick. What I need you to do before we get into our next speaker, I need you to write down and hashtag, go on your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I need you to hashtag Sexy Fit and Well. I need you to post those nuggets that you're getting throughout this summit, okay? Make sure you're posting on social media, pique that interest, let other people know what you got going on. And of course, you still have time to register a friend. So make sure you say, hey girl, you need to get on in on this summit. Send her to the website, www.sexyfitandwellsummit.com. Make sure she gets in here with you to join in on the fun. All right, now, I told y'all how to get a free book, right? Y'all, did y'all write that down? You got to send all your P's to info@CandaceCamille.com. But guess what? I ain't even tell you the book. And I know some of y'all already emailed her. You don't even know what you're getting. You're just so excited. But I'm going to let you know the book that you are going to receive as your free gift. Y'all ready? Sexy, Fit, and Well. The 40 days, 40 ways to rock the rhythm of your thoughts. Okay, you gotta rock. You gotta rock with it. Rock to the rhythm of your thoughts, okay? And this is an autograph copy. This is just not something that you could have ordered on Amazon yourself. No. You are going to get an autographed copy from Candace Camille herself sent to your doorstep. So make sure you send in those P's, okay? Make sure you invite a friend, okay? Make sure you post on social media, okay? All right, and while you're doing that, Miss Trinace, I think she's ready. I think she's ready to rock with you. I think she's ready for this spirituality that she's about to pour all over you, okay? You got peed on that, you about to get that spiritual. You got to get deep, okay? We're about to go deep. We're about to go deep with Dr. Trinace Richardson, okay? She is amazing. I am super excited to hear from her. She is a true fireball. Listen, okay? She is an absolute fireball. She is passionate. She is an energetic preacher, teacher, and psalmist, okay? I'll see if she's going to tell you where she's singing, because most of y'all can hear her sing right about now, but I won't give her secret away if she's not giving it away. But you can definitely get a powerful word right here, because we need to get in that mindset. We got to get that spirit right, y'all. Seriously, we truly need to make sure we're going in and make sure our spirit is clear, our spirit is whole. So we're going to go deep. She's going to talk to you about going deeper. Okay, we got the P's, now we got the D's, because we're going deeper with Dr. Trinace Richardson. We're going to talk about the deeper the roots, the greater the fruit. Think about that. The deeper the roots, the greater the roots. So we're going to talk about these D's in discovery. We're going to talk about these D's with developing, and we're going to talk about these D's with displaying, okay? So I need you to sit tight and take this ride with Dr. Trinace Richardson.
There. Thank you so much, Crystal, for that gracious introduction. And thank you, Candace, for this invitation to be a part of your amazing summit. Welcome you all to what will be, I am hoping and prayerful, will be an amazing time that we're about to spend together. As was said, I'm Trinace Richardson, and you have joined me for some time to discuss deeper roots, greater fruit. Deeper roots, greater fruit. I am so excited to share this with you. I would typically share my resume, my professional resume, because that's important to some folks. And I know that introduction has been done already, but I would rather share with you just for a second, and there's a reason for it, that I'm a wife of 21 years, that I'm a mom, I'm in a blended family. I'm also the product of a blended family. I'm the product of a divorced family. I was physically abused by my father. I was a molestation. I am a molestation survivor. And I'm a nature lover, outdoors enthusiast, and I love frogs. That's the real me. I had to say that, because as we are moving into what we are delving into together as it relates to spiritual growth, you sometimes think that you're talking to somebody, a minister, a pastor, an expert of some sort who has all the lessons to teach, but this is experience learned. So I just really want to share that I'm right here with you in the throes of learning lessons from my life experiences and being able to talk about them with you today. Together, we're going to discover a deeper level of spiritual growth by exploring how we develop deeper roots in order to display greater fruit in every area of our lives. And I'm excited about this time together. And at the end of this time, if you stick with me, I'll be sharing information about a free gift that I want to share with you at the end of this session. So please stick with us. I want to jump right in. This is going to be an interactive session. So get ready to type a lot in the chat. I want you to talk to me. I want you to talk to each other. And so the first thing I want to ask you is, let's just do a self-assessment. Where are you spiritually? I'll share where I am, or where I tend to be. But be honest about where you are. Let's start this off right and be honest about where we are. No need of being here if we're not going to be honest, right? I am right where I want to be spiritually. Nothing wrong with that. I've been there in seasons. I have experienced, it doesn't get any better than this. My relationship with God is sweet right now. My life is sweet, and I'm just thanking God. Just spiritually, I'm right where I want to be. What about B? There's always some room, some growing to do. So I'm always seeking spiritual growth. I'm seeking. I'm in a season of seeking because I know that there's some growth to take place. I tend to be there a lot, and I have been there before. And then C, because of my past, my present, and or just because of life in general, I am struggling spiritually. Can you raise your hand? Somebody in the chat, me too, something, just say something. If you have been there or if you are there right now, let's just let each other know we are not alone in that. I have been there because of my past, because of my present, because of my life in general. I have experienced that roller coaster ride. And you may experience some combination of these, but I want you to be honest about where you feel like you are in this current season more than any of the others. Would love to see you answer that one honestly, so that we can just get a gauge for where we are and really just talk more by the end of this about whether we feel equipped to deal with where we are, right? That's the goal. Have you ever found yourself here? Can you tell me in the chat, have you found yourself here? I call this, I found myself on the basement of my emotional floor. Just literally, I had fallen to my knees on my emotional floor, the basement of my emotional floor. And I have found myself in the deepest depths of depression because of things that had been done to me, but also things that I felt like I'd done to myself and put myself here and not made the right decisions and done things that I shouldn't and not done things that I should have done. Anybody been there? And I have to be honest with you, that affects my spiritual growth. It affects my spiritual life because I tend to run away from God because I don't want God to see me, and I don't want to see God in those moments because I'm either asking, why God did this happen to me? Or I'm hiding my face because I'm asking myself, why did I do this? And so either way, it affects my spiritual growth. And so what got me up off of the basement of my emotional floor may surprise you. It may not be what you expect to hear from me, who, is a preacher and a teacher and a speaker and all those things. It may not be what you expect. So we'll just see how this goes. All right. The place I want to start is that we need to check our spiritual source. I want you to be very aware of your spiritual source. And so I'm on a little bit of a soapbox when it comes to this, because if you can see, I've kind of put pictures up here to liken it to a garden hose, right? And so this garden hose is not the source of the water. It is just a conduit. Somebody put that in the chat. It's a conduit. It is just a way for the water to be expressed. It is one way for the water to come through, to carry out the water. It is not the source of the water. In the same way, our outward signs of religious rites and rituals and practices and doings are not the source of our spiritual growth. I am not just growing spiritually because I pray. I'm not just growing spiritually because I go to church. That's been all jacked up, right? Since COVID. I'm not just praying. I'm not just growing spiritually because I fast. I'm, I'm not growing spiritually because of any of these rites or rituals or practices in and of themselves. They are just ways to express my growth, my relationship with God. They are conduits. They are ways to carry out what my source has imparted within me. And so I wanted to say this because oftentimes we put the Pharisaic, Sadducee type doing, and we prioritize that over who God is and our being and relationship to God. And so I am not going to be talking a lot about the doings. I will mention some doings, but I'm really going to talk a lot about some being and recognizing our spiritual source as God, as Jesus, as whatever you call your higher source, your higher power. I'm not even getting into trying to proselytize or convert anybody. I just want you to acknowledge in this space that there's got to be something more than you to get you through. And as a result, your doings cannot be the end all be all to get you through. There's got to be something behind it, more powerful than you and what you can do. We got it? Okay, so for me, the perfect example of deeper roots to produce greater fruit, it cannot be exampled better than this tree. And any tree that you have seen that is big and beautiful and tall and branches spreading out, just know that the roots are deeper and wider and spread out farther than anything you can see above ground. They are taller, they are wider, they are spread farther apart, spread farther abroad than anything you can see above ground, because something has to happen beneath the surface that is deeper and stronger and more powerful in order for something to be manifested outward. So if you want to see some power in your life outward, we've got to have some deeper roots. So I want to talk about what that looks like. And a parts of a tree help me do this. So you'll have to walk with me for the next few moments. So we talked about roots, and I want to stay there for a moment because there are different parts of a tree: the roots, the trunk, the branch, the leaves, the fruit, and the flowers. Some trees are flower blossoming trees. And so we're going to talk about all of these parts. But I want to stay with the root for a second, because for me, the root represents the intimate God space, the space that where nobody else sees us. We are spending quality time just being and growing an intimate, sacred relationship with God. And that represents what nobody else can see. Before anybody can see anything wonderful manifested, we've got to have some deep underground roots. And that starts with our intimate God space. And so I want to show you what that looks like. How do we develop deeper roots? How do we develop deeper roots? I have several things here for us. We have to extend our quality time, our sacred quality time alone. This is all jacked up now for some of us, because some of us equate our quality sacred time to church. And some of us have not been to church since we've been to church. Since we last been to church, some of us have not been to church. And I just want to let you know that the church is bigger than the building. And if you have not had church since you've been to church, then you have not spent sacred time with just you and God. There is a quality to alone time that I know it's good to fellowship. It's good to have sistership and family time, but there's some time you've got to spend by yourself that moves and shifts some things in your life. First of all, you get quiet, and we're going to talk about silence in a moment. You get quiet enough where you get to deal with some stuff that you have not normally dealt with because of the busyness of life. And so we want to get to a place where we are acknowledging our God space, our God time with just us. We extend and make longer that time. we can execute what works. And I know that there are some of those things, those doings, those rites and those rituals. I know some of them are working for us. They work for me. Prayer and praise and worship and Bible study and fasting, those things work. So execute what works. Execute what works. But can I tell you something? Extinguish what has not worked. Dare to snuff out what has not worked for you, even if it's something you've been told you're supposed to do. Can I give you an example? I am tired of the places where I have gone where church is played. Where I am told everything I'm supposed to do and beat up from the people who are in front of me if I don't do what they tell me to do, or if I don't do it loud enough, or if I don't do it boisterous enough. I'm tired of all of that. I will not be beat up in what is supposed to be a worship service. And so I just don't spend my time in those places as soon as I sniff that out. Now, there are times when what I feel like is I'm going to bring that with me because when I just think of the goodness to me of Jesus and all that he's done for me, then I can conjure that up for myself. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm extinguishing. I'm just giving you an example of not being afraid to extinguish what has not worked for you. I could stay there. I'm not going to. Embrace silence. Did that make somebody uncomfortable? Embrace silence, because it is in the silence that God is able to maneuver some things in us. That the TV being on and the radio being on and the smart device being, all of those things, it can't happen in the midst of all of that moving around. In the quiet and the stillness and the silence is when God does God's best work. And so I encourage you to embrace the silence. Be still and know that I am God. Enjoy nature. Just know that, no matter how many seeds the science tries to manufacture, trees were manufactured originally by God. Grass was originally manufactured. There is no sky that was man created, And so we've got to honor the fact that God has placed so many things naturally around us for us to appreciate and observe and to be one with and take a part in and enjoy. Just go outside. If you haven't been outside during the season, my goodness, just for a walk or a run or a hike, just go a bike ride, go out and enjoy nature. Stop and smell some flowers and watch some animals about their business. Enjoy nature, and then enjoy something new. Can I dare you to enjoy something new? I mean, something brand new. Something that might have even scared you before. Can I tell you that? So I do some stuff now, and I put it in parentheses. Somebody used to tell me, and probably still believe I'm going to hell for it. And I don't even it doesn't faze me anymore because my relationship with God is tight and it's mine. And so I have found God on my yoga mat. Can I just put it that way? I have worshiped and cried my best worship tears. I have praised my best praise on my yoga mat, and nobody can tell me different. I have had spiritual baths, and the only difference for a spiritual bath for me is I have added intention. I have added candles. I have added sacred music, whatever that looks like for me at the time. I have added essential oils and natural salts and minerals, and I have added things to the experience that makes it sacred for me so that I come out of it cleansed, not just physically in my body, but in my spirit and in my mind. I have enjoyed the smells of different candles and different essential oils and different incense and sages. I have enjoyed the aroma of those because just like your grandmama's cooking, it does something different to you when you smell something something glorious that is pleasing to your nostrils. I have had sound bath experiences with sound bowls and worship music and sacred music that is different than I'm used to, and from other cultures. And I have enjoyed those really just being a dressing on my ear gate. And I implore you to do something different in 2021 that you have not done before, because you might just find a sacred moment in the midst of doing it. I'll stay there. I won't go further. Elevate quality connections. I just told you at the top of this to extend your quality time alone. When you do, if you are going to spend some time with somebody, and I hope you do, because we are not built to be isolated islands, but when you spend time with somebody, make sure it's quality. Make sure it's a quality connection. What I mean by that is make sure that you are not the only one pouring out. Make sure it's reciprocal. Make sure that you are called to pour out, and make sure that you have somewhere to go where you are poured into. Make sure that you don't dread them when they call you or text you or having a conversation with them. Make sure that they build you up and not break you down. Make sure that they elevate your thinking and cause you to grow and not tear you down. Let's elevate our quality connections. This is how we develop deeper roots, y'all. Okay, that was a lot, right? I still got more to go. I'm going up the tree. So we've moved from the roots of the tree and we're now at the surface. Some people would ignore this part because you don't feel like it's connected or related right to the tree. But if there were no soil, there would be no tree. And so this surface place where we just begin to see some outward appearance of something right at the surface, that represents our spiritual integrity. That means that at a minimum, at the surface level, we should have some integrity if we're going to have greater fruit. And that's not the maximum we're supposed to do. That's the minimum we're supposed to have, is some integrity. Somebody put in the chat integrity. Let me show you what that looks like to me. Integrity means honor your gut. I told you this wasn't going to look like what you thought. Honor your gut, honor your instinct, honor your inner knowing, honor your discernment, honor what God has given you inside you. So many times we are busy reaching outside of ourselves for the answer, checking in with this person to see if we got it right, checking in with this person to see if we made the right decision. Honor your gut. I guarantee you that if you got still and quiet enough, remember what we just talked about, that you would find an answer within you, and the outward words that you receive would just be confirmation to what you already know inside of you. If you are not certain and you don't know what to do, get quiet, get still. Don't just trust the people around you that love you and are trustworthy. Trust you. Trust you. Honor the real you. This goes to trusting you. I'll tell you, I was dressed up in Kojic attire. I'm going to go ahead and tell my church denomination I grew up in. Kojic attire. I mean the ruffles and the hats and the pinks and the glitter and the rhinestone and the patent leather shoes I had it all, child, because that's what I was supposed to do. That's how I grew up. That ain't a bit more me. This is as dressy as it's going to get for y'all. Because I love to dress down. I love natural fabrics. I love wooden earrings. I love all of those types of things. And so I have decided I'm going to honor me in the spaces that I'm in. Of course, I like to get cute. This is my cute girl. But I also like I like the different sides of me. I like my this. And I like my that. I like all of me. And so I'm going to honor what all of me means. I'm not just going to do or be what someone else wants me to do or be because it pleases them. We're going to come back to people pleasing later. I need to honor my body and my mind. Can I tell you what that means to me? This is spiritual integrity, y'all. These are the basics. I need to honor my body because I only get one. That's why you are here at Sexy Fit and Well, because We have to honor this one temple that we've been given. We've got to take care of it. We've got to honor this one mind. You can't let someone take all your nerves and you end up with your last nerve. They own your last nerve. You got to have reserve nerves. You're supposed to have all your nerves, not just your last one. You're not supposed to be depleted and unhealthy and not able to do because you're doing so much for everybody else. I believe that we are supposed to take care, put our own masks on first so that we can help others with theirs. Honor our time and our energy. That goes to the same thing, making sure that you prioritize. Let me tell you, for me, sacred time with God, sacred time for me, my self-care is not selfish. So my working out, I call it EPMD, exercise, prayer, meditation, and devotion. I try to get my EPMD in every single day because that is important for me to be able to serve other people. And then the next thing for me is my family. Let me tell you, as a preacher, I used to give the church my best, my first, and then give my family my last. Home is my church and family is my first ministry now. I am honoring my time and my energy by making sure that I give it where it counts. And I'm encouraging you to do the same. Honor your word. Spiritual integrity says, if I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And if I say I'm not going to do it, then it just stands. It's okay to say no. My no is a complete sentence. And it's okay to just say no without a bunch of qualifiers. So honor my word. And sometimes my word needs to be an honest no. And being honest with somebody can also mean being honest about your feelings. Stop swallowing your voices. Stop suppressing your thoughts and your feelings and your feedback to make other people happy. People pleasing will kill you slowly. You will die a slow and tragic death by trying to please people. They will be walking around healthy and happy, living off of the energy and the time that you spent because you did not speak up. So that's, to me, is spiritual integrity. I don't know what it means to y'all, but that's what it means to me. I hope that's been helpful to you. All right, let's move on. So spiritual fortitude is represented with the trunk of the tree. The trunk of the tree. Y'all see that? So we've gone through the surface, we've gone through the roots, and now we're up to the trunk. And I want to show you what the trunk of the tree does if you allow it to. Remember, we're talking about spiritual fortitude. Have you ever felt like this tree? You ever felt like you've been, oh my God, in a storm and you were bending? Sometimes you even felt like you were breaking. But let me tell you how I know you didn't break, because you're still here. Even when it felt like a break, the fact that you're still here means that it was just a bending. And so you may bend in a storm, but like a tree that is firmly planted by the rivers of living water, you will not break, sis. And so I want to talk about what it means to have the kind of trunk, the kind of spiritual fortitude that will keep you from breaking. And so let's just start right where we need to start. Let's prepare for storms. I know some spiritual person, some preacher, some prophet, somebody told you that you shouldn't have storms, that you shouldn't have any issues, you shouldn't have any challenges, they lied. In this life, there will be storms. If you're a Christian like me, if Jesus had to go through, then who are you? You're going to have to go through. So make like a bridge and get over it right now, because you are going to have to go through. So you might as well prepare for your storms. What that means is, what am I going to do if this happens? Just prepare. Do I have money saved for this storm? Did I have a conversation with this person about my health just in case something happens? Do I have my will? Do I have insurance? I want you to think about all the possible storms that can happen and just prepare for them, even if it's just mentally and emotionally preparing so that you don't go cuckoo when something goes wrong, all because you never expected anything to happen. You never thought this relationship was going to end, so you just are broken. You are ready to call in your life chips because this relationship is broken and this relationship is gone. prepare for your storms. And preparing for your storms can help you once you're there. I'm not telling you to ignore, how you feel. Practice vulnerability once you're in your storm. Go ahead and feel it. Go ahead and feel it. I'm not telling you not to feel it because you should have known it was coming. No, be vulnerable. Express yourself. Cry. Be angry. Ask God questions. And cuss. I don't believe that God is afraid of any of that. God created me. So he's not afraid of any of my questions or my emotions. And so I practice vulnerability as much as I can, as hard as it is sometimes, because I need to release it out of me. I cannot repress. Don't you know that tumors and ulcers and fibroids and all those things are developed because of the stress and the tension that just forms from us not releasing all of those worries and cares and anxieties and stress. It can be environmentally induced. And so we've got to make sure that we are releasing those things in counseling, in a journal, in prayer, with an accountability partner. Somewhere you got to get it out of you. So yes, practice vulnerability. But another reason why you want to practice vulnerability is so that you can move past it quicker. I can't tell you how long you stay in your vulnerable state in your storm. I can't tell you how long to do that. Nobody can. But I know if you practice vulnerability, it will lead you to your promise quicker. You can proclaim your promise because you have prepared. You know that a storm can come. And then once it comes, you release your feelings about the storm. So now you can proclaim a promise. So part of your preparing is to get your promise in order. I feel like dancing already. Get your promise in order because you're going to need to stand on a promise. So it could be a scriptural promise. It could be something that you declare that, I'm an overcomer. I am the head and not the tail. Whatever you need to say to yourself that causes you to stand in the midst. I can do all things. Whatever you have to say to yourself in the midst of it to proclaim a promise in your storm. And then use that promise to propel you through. So you pray through your storms. You proclaim in prayer. I'm going to talk about meditation in just a little while, but you can pray and proclaim through your storms so that you're not just praying in your storm. You're praying through it. You are moving through that storm while you're praying and asking God for help and thanking God in advance. That's where I am now in the last bullet. Praise God out of your storms. Thank God in advance so that can move you out of your storm. That's spiritual fortitude. That's exhibiting some spiritual growth. That's greater fruit and deeper roots when we can develop and practice spiritual fortitude by preparing for our storms and practicing vulnerability and proclaiming a promise and praying through and praising God out of our storms. Y'all got that? All right, I'm moving. We're moving up the tree. We're moving up the tree, and now we're at spiritual service. These are the branches of our tree. In order to get to our fruit, our greater fruit, we got to have strong branches. And let me tell you something. We are not spiritually mature until we have begun practicing spiritual service. It is not all about you, boo. It is not all about me. We have got to begin to practice spiritual service. That's when we know we are growing deeper roots and greater fruit. So what does that look like? Let me tell you, and it piggybacks off of what we just talked about in spiritual fortitude. In order to develop spiritual service, we've got to eliminate self-pity parties. And I thought about it. I thought about talking about reducing them and just giving them their time, but I already told you to practice vulnerability, right? So we've already got a time where we're releasing our feelings. Having a moment of vulnerability, having a space and time of vulnerability so that it can be released, so that we can proclaim and pray and praise through is different than setting up an event and having a whole party dwelling in our pity. It's different. You cannot always control the thoughts that come, but we do get to decide how long they stay. And I know you don't feel powerful enough sometimes. You don't feel like you have control to move those thoughts out of the way. But I'm telling you, the more we do some of this stuff, the more you can eliminate the self-pity parties, the more we spend quiet alone time, the more we practice these spiritual beings and doings. We can do this better. And so as you began to praise and proclaim a promise and pray your way through, you have less time to focus on you, which means you're not sitting in your pity party. So now you have more time to educate yourself on the plight of others. How about that? You get to now focus on, get to learn something about somebody else's stuff, what somebody else's go through is. Maybe in this country or maybe another country. Maybe you just need to pick up your phone, because sometimes we think we got it bad and woe is me. Pick up your phone, go turn on the news. I bet you can find somebody worse off than you. Educate yourself on the plight of others, not just out there, but somebody around you could use your help, which leads us to the next one. Extend help to others. I know you got time, you got resources, you've got energy, you've got information. Even if you just sit and listen, you've got something you can equip someone else with. You have help that you can extend to someone else because you've got something. God has given you something that you can give someone else. So once you educate yourself on what other people need, you can see how you can meet some of those needs. And let me tell you, all of us can do this right now. We can do this while we talk. We can do it while we're talking right now or at the next break, or make sure you do it before the day is over. We can all elevate another sister with kind words and deeds. It's so important to elevate another sister with kind words and deeds, because let me tell you what it does. It gets us out of the self-pity party of jealousy and envy and comparison, because we are moving past those feelings. Even if we have them, we're moving past those feelings and overriding them to say, I might be a little jealous, but I'm going to extend some love and some genuine well wishes to this lady to let her know she is fly or she is gifted. I'm going to make sure that I do something wonderful for somebody that I would think doesn't need my help or doesn't want my help, because I want to move past my own feelings, my own negativity, and move into some spiritual service. Just elevate another sister with kind words and kind deeds. All right. We're almost done with this tree. So we move past the branches and now we've got leaves and fruit, right? We're talking about fruit, leaves and fruit, and this equals our spiritual fruit. So most of you, if not all of you, will know what I'm going to talk about when I talk about spiritual fruit, right? I love this graphic. From Galatians 5:22, these are some things we should practice. And I'm just going to move quickly to the next slide. I just love this graphic because I have them listed here as well. And I wanted to show you the way that we develop the spiritual fruit is we meditate on it. We literally meditate on what love means to us, what joy means, what does peace actually look like in my life? Just when you wonder what you do in those quiet, still moments when you're embracing silence and spending some deep-rooted quiet time with God. Meditate on these. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, and self-control. Meditate on what that looks like, what that can look like in your life. And then study them. Read about them, read scriptures about them, read books about them, listen to podcasts about them, so that you can immerse yourself with positivity related to these, because the more that you focus on these, the less that you will focus on the stuff that will bring about a pity party. You with me? That's how all of this works together. And then practice it. As more is revealed to you, practice it in your life. And the more you practice it, it's like this wheel, this perpetual wheel that happens. The more you practice it, the more you meditate on it, the more you study it, the more you practice it. And so I want to know from you in the chat, tell me, which do you need to work on most? Can you tell me that in the chat? Go ahead and be honest now. I'll be honest about mine. You be honest about yours. And I know it's always more than one, right? I got it. But which one jumps out at you right now? I'm going to tell you right now, self-control is jumping out at me because I've got a COVID-20. I don't have COVID-19. I have a COVID-20 in that I have 20 pounds that I have somewhere around there that I need to lose because of all of this staying in the house and being near my refrigerator. And so that's the one I need to work on, self-control. And so I'm wondering what yours are. But you can see what you can do. You can meditate, study, and practice. All right, I'm on the last one. Parts of a tree. We have worked our way up the tree, up in our spiritual development, and we've worked our way to flowers, more fruit, and much fruit. This is good to me. I'm already starting to dance because not all trees blossom flowers, produce flowers that blossom. Not all trees do that. Not all trees produce fruit. But the ones that do produce flowers or do produce fruit don't always produce more fruit and don't always produce much fruit. Y'all with me? If you really know where I am, you can recognize I'm in John 15, because in John 15, it doesn't talk just about bearing fruit. Those who remain in me will bear fruit. It also talks about more fruit. And then later it talks about much fruit. So there can be a tree that doesn't produce fruit at all. It produces fruit, more fruit, and much fruit. Which one are you and which one are you going to be, right? To me, this represents spiritual overflow. Not everybody is going to experience it, but for those of us who have determined in our minds, we're going to have the deepest roots we can have. We're going to have the greater fruit that we can experience, the greatest fruit we can experience, so that we can have some spiritual overflow. What does overflow mean? It means we blossom flowers, we produce more fruit, we produce much fruit. I can make that real for you. I can make it practical for you. Don't worry. How do I develop spiritual overflow? Girl, start taking some risks. I feel like dancing my way through this one. Anybody dancing with me? Start taking some risks. Start doing some stuff you would not normally do. You've only dreamt about doing. You've only written in your journal about it, but you haven't had the wherewithal. Can I just be myself? You haven't had the cojones, the balls to do it. Come on, put your big girl drawers on and take on some risks. And that's how you grow overflow. That's how you grow overflow. You start taking some risks. Because God, you realize that God has some stuff in you that's got to get out in the world. You want to die empty. So you determine, I'm going to sing my own song. I'm going to write my own book. I'm not just going to read somebody else's. I'm not just going to sing somebody else's. I'm not just going to dance somebody else's dance. I'm going to create my own dance. And yeah, I could mean that literally, because some of y'all need to write your songs. You need to get that book out of you. You need to create your own dance. You need to just dance to your own music. But I figuratively mean you need to do you. You need to be different than anybody else around you and do what God has placed in you to do. Even if you think you've seen somebody else do it outside of you, spiritual overflow says, God has given me something that will not be expressed in this world like anybody else, because it's me doing it. My personality, my stamp on it, my fingerprint on it. And because God gave it to me, my spiritual overflow says, I've got to put it out in the world. I'm not just going to practice joy and peace and kindness and gentleness and give to other people outside of my spiritual fruit. I've got something else that I can give. I have something inside of me that will be such a blessing to somebody else that it will propel them into production, that it will cause them to want to get to produce fruit. I have something in me that is a catalyst of positive change that allows me to help somebody else produce their fruit. And so that's you. Start being more than doing. Can I tell you that? That's how you develop your spiritual overflow. Start being more than doing. What do I mean? Some of us are just so busy doing. We trying to figure out, who do I need to talk to over here? Whose email list do I need to get on? What conversation do I need to have? Who do I need to see me? What do I need them to see me do? Why don't you just put your head down and get done what God has given you to do? And trust me, while your head is down, somebody will tap you on your shoulder. Can I tell you, somebody sent me that Netflix invitation and told me, you ought to audition for this. Somebody will tap, y'all see me on Netflix? I'm telling you the truth. Somebody will tap you on your shoulder and say, I see what you're doing, sis. Why don't you go? I need you to talk to this person. I respect what you're doing, sis. Can you come and do that over here? I've been watching you for a long time, and you don't know it, but I've been looking at it, and I think it would be perfect. What you do would be perfect for this. Start being more than doing. Don't worry about that. You just allow God to do what God does, and you just be who God has made you to be. And then you can just start going with God's flow. The worst thing you can do is to try to swim against the waves and just try to do everything yourself and believe that it's in your own strength and in your own might and in your own power that you can get it done. Not by your own power or your own strength, but by my spirit. And so listen, you've got to make sure that you are going with God's flow. Just float in the flow of God and allow God to do it. Expect the miraculous to happen. There are miracles happening all around you. You got to get quiet and still enough to be in tune to the miraculous happening around you. Can I tell you, it is not spooky that I have received checks I did not expect. It's not spooky. I'm not talking about they fell from the sky. I'm saying I forgot I was supposed to get paid for something and I did. Or I said I would do something free of charge and they decided to pay me anyway. Or I thought that I owed something, and when they calculated it, I really was due something instead of owing something. The miraculous can happen. A relationship can be repaired. A health issue can be restored. If you just be and go with God's flow and get in tune and spend that quality, deep-rooted time with God, then you can exhibit greater fruit and overflow. And this is most beautiful to me. This is one of the last things I'll say. I challenge you to start saying thank you more than you say I'm sorry. Start saying thank you more than you say I'm sorry, and expect to say it, but also even before you think you're supposed to. So when you have an issue, when you have a problem, when you have a challenge, when you have something that you would have normally thought was a loss, that you did not win this time, I want you to challenge yourself to say, thank you, God. Thank you for whomever gave me that experience. Thank you for that jacked up relationship. Thank you because there are only two options for me in life now. This is spiritual overflow talk. This ain't just average talk. This ain't normal talk. This is spiritual overflow talk. There is nothing that can happen to me in my life that is a loss now. I'm either winning or I'm learning. I'm winning or I am growing. There is no loss. And so I can say thank you to so much more than I used to. I can stop apologizing and acting like I'm sorry. Don't waste your I'm sorries. Don't waste your breath on I'm sorry, when most of the time you have nothing to be sorry for. You have nothing to be sorry. Get rid of the shame and the guilt by saying thank you for the lesson. Thank you. And the more you say thank you, the more you'll have reasons to say thank you. Y'all see that spiritual overflow? Okay, I'm probably over time. Let me just get closed. Deeper roots, greater fruit. Do y'all see how beautiful this tree looks now in the midst of our growth, our spiritual growth? We can have deeper roots and greater fruit as a result of practicing these beings and not just doings. Do you feel empowered to develop deeper roots and greater fruit now? Do you feel like you have some tools? Do you feel like you have some inspiration and encouragement that can cause you to develop some deeper roots? I know, take your notes. If Candace allows, you'll have the slides. You just do what you need to do to get what you need to glean from out of this. In the meantime, I want to share a free gift with you. I want to, right now, where you are, you can take this phone number, go ahead and get the phone number and text Sexy Fit Well to this phone number. I have a webinar that is self-paced and recorded. and it's approximately 30 to 40 minutes long, and it's called Real Women Understand Their Value. I want to keep you on this track of really just digging into who you are and who God made you so that you can begin to truly value who you are. And this webinar helps you do that. So that's my free gift to you. You will be given once you give your email address to me to simply send you updates on things that are happening with me periodically. I don't spam you, but once you send that information to me, you send the text with your email address, I send you a code and a link so that you can get this webinar free of charge. I really hope you'll allow me to share this free gift with you. And I hope that you will contact me directly so that we can stay connected. This is my email, my website, my Twitter, my Instagram, and my Facebook. I would love to stay connected with you. So please feel free to contact me. You'll be able to find me by my name wherever you look. So thank you all for this time. Thank you, Candace, for this opportunity. I love you all. Let's continue to develop deeper roots and greater fruit. Y'all take care.
Y'all, I have never been excited about so many D's on my report card, y'all. Listen. Did you catch all of those D's? Lord have mercy, the discovery, developing, displaying. Listen, this is a lot. This is a lot. I have a new perspective about going deeper, y'all. Deeper, we gotta bear much fruit. And I gotta revisit these notes real quick. But what I want you to do, since I know you got some notes and I know I didn't get everything, I gotta go back. So what I need you to do is help a sister out, y'all. I need you to post in the chat. Post in the chat your takeaways, your ahas, your those moments where your toes got stepped on. I need you to talk about it in the chat so we can all support one another. Because you know, all of our toes I hope you didn't get a fresh pedicure, because I know our toes are getting stepped on throughout this summit, and it's all right. It's all right, because we're going to get it right throughout this weekend and beyond. So what I need you to do, post in the chat. Make sure you're using, when you go on social media, because you got to post on social media too, make sure you're using the hashtag Sexy Well and Fit Summit. Make sure you are on there and continue to tell people this is available to you. You just got to register. You got to get here. You got to get the information. It's right here available to you. So we want to thank you so much, Dr. Shanae. That was absolutely amazing. We appreciate you. And guess what, y'all? We're not done yet. Dr. Shanae's focused on our spirit, and Vanessa's about to come in here and focus on that soul. Okay, we're about to get cellular, okay? We're about to get onto the soul of the matter, all right? So we have the honor of having Vanessa Elam here. She's going to tell you how you need to take a seat in your soul. Okay, we're going to focus on reclaiming our healthy soul. It's got to be healthy. We need all 360, mind, body, and soul. We need it all healthy, okay? So Vanessa is the founder and visionary of Life Women's Fellowship and the She Is Free movement, okay? She is free. Are you free? If you're not free, if you're not completely free, I need you to get free. And Vanessa Elam is coming right now to help you. She's going to take you there. So I need you to sit back, sharpen that pencil, put some more ink in that pen, and let's get ready for our soul to get healthy. Miss Vanessa Elam.
Christian. I am so excited to be here. I just want to say thank you to you for that lovely introduction. And I can't say enough wonderful things about my girl, Candace Camille, the wellologist, who I met many, many years ago on her red couch at Pure Euphoria. And it's been a beautiful sisterhood ever since. So I'm very excited to be here as part of the Sexy Fit and Well movement. I absolutely love what it's all about, what it stands for, and it's an honor to be here today. I'm going to be sharing on reclaiming our healthy soul. So allow me to just share a little bit, give you a little bit of background and why this subject is so, it really hits home for me. And the beginning of every year or preparing for a new year, I always go into prayer and meditation to ask God what is going to be my focus for the coming year. And this year in 2020, God gave me the word reclaim. And I felt it, you know, it really resonated with me. I was like, okay, I got my word. It took till January 4th. Normally I know before the new year, but it was January 4th. But I can't tell you that there has never been a year that a particular word had so much impact on not only my life, but the life of those that I coach and am in relationship with and sisterhood with, than this whole reclaiming journey. And so I had many areas and I asked God, what exactly do I need to work on reclaiming? Because I just felt, you know, that I was in such a great place in my life, that I was, you know, had recently launched my new organization, She Is Free, in January of 2019. And so the She Is Free movement was moving and we're doing exciting things. So I was like, okay, God, what is it that I really need to reclaim? And during that meditation, God gave me various things throughout that one meditation, but then even throughout the year, I've continued to get downloads, Holy Spirit downloads, soul downloads on what it is that I need to be reclaiming. And for me, it's been my voice, which was one of the things that really surprised me the most, because one is I do have a voice and I use it. But there were some things about my voice, there were some things that I was not expressing that I should have been. And one of those things was what I was saying to me. I'm great at coaching. I think I've always gotten really good feedback from my coach clients that they feel empowered and inspired and motivated to move forward and make the changes that they desire in life. And I get lots of affirmation and support, as well as correction and instruction, because I think you have to be open to that if you want to grow. So the voice kind of took me a little bit by surprise, but it was really my inner voice that God wanted me to work on. And it was not only what I'm sharing in my messages and in my posts and in my coaching, but it was also what was I saying to myself. And in order to do that, I had to go on a soul journey. And so what I want to talk to you about today is reclaiming your healthy soul. And I want to give a shout out, because I can give so much credit to my soul work, to my mentor, Dr. Vicki Johnson, who is the founder of Soul Wealth. It's a women's mentorship tribe. And she wrote a book recently called Soul Wealth last year, Finding Vision, Compassion, Authenticity, Abundance, and Legacy in the Midst of Chaos. And I quote the book because it's so important for us to have a healthy, wealthy soul. And very often we're out here running around doing our thing. You know, we're running businesses and we're taking care of families, and you know, we're in the C-suite like never before. I mean, women are amazing and doing incredible things. We are. But oftentimes when we get back home after running the world, right? we're having different kinds of conversations. We're having conversations about doubt. We're doubting ourselves. Even in times we look in the mirror and we're saying, one thing when we're out at the party, but we're saying something else to ourselves internally. We even call ourselves names. We may make a mistake or an error in judgment, and in our internal voice is beating us up. And that's where I had to do some serious work. So I'm really grateful to Candace for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on how I reclaimed my healthy soul and how I hope that it can be a blessing to you on tonight. So the first thing I had to do, once I was aware of the fact that I needed to reclaim my healthy soul, that my soul needed more healthiness. And I love that Sexy Fit and Well is about the entire woman, the whole woman, not just her fitness, not just her physical fitness, but all of her fitness, her spiritual fitness, and all of these things. And our soul is really the core of who we are. So we can look good on the outside, we can sound good to people, we can look like we have it all together and have a poor soul. We can have a soul that's sick. We can have a soul that is sad. We can have a soul that is just unhealthy. And so I live with a healthy, wealthy soul. It is the reason that I have so much joy in my life. It is the reason why I see things as the glass half full, if you will, versus half empty. It is because my soul is healthy and happy. And the first thing that I needed to do to get there was, I call it the quiet requirement. And in order to really do soul work, you have to get quiet. You have to get quiet with yourself. You have to get quiet with your higher being. For me, that's God, that's Jesus Christ. You have to go into whatever type of prayer and meditation. For me, it required journaling. I wanted to understand what it is that my soul needed. I wanted to feel as good on the inside as I looked on the outside. We're good. I'm good at putting the wig together and the makeup, and I can pull all of that together. I wanted what was going on in the inside, and I'm not just talking about my personality, because I know that I have a personality and it's real and it's authentic. But I wanted to make sure that what I felt that I was doing was right in my soul. And we all have that soul. We call it conscious. We may call it our consciousness, or we may call it our spirit. Sometimes those words are used interchangeably, but I wanted to make sure that at the end of the day, whatever it is I said out of my mouth, whatever endeavors that I chose to pursue, that my soul was good with it, that my soul was happy enough that I could go to sleep and be at peace. So I got quiet with God, and I began to journal to say, where were the contradictions? And that's what the quiet requirement requires of us. I had to look at the contradictions between what was going on the outside and what I was feeling on the inside. So once I began to write down those things, I looked at any area of my life that wasn't aligned. And this is so important with our soul. Alignment is 100% of it. You have to be aligned with what you feel and know in your core, in your spirit, in your consciousness that you are supposed to be doing, whether that is your work for business, whether that's the relationships that you're in. There are things that we can do and engage in, and we may even enjoy them on the exterior, but it doesn't sit right with our soul. It's that consciousness where we go back and say, wow, it didn't feel good. It didn't feel right. Something's off about it, or I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something. That's our soul. That's our soul pulling at us to come into alignment with what it needs to be full and happy and healthy, so that we can live out this life on earth in full alignment and enjoy. So the quiet requirement is the first thing. Get some paper, get a journal, get some beautiful music. I made, I am a person who likes to have events. So I'm a big event girl. And for me, it was really a sacred moment. Sacred moments, I should say, because it was plural. It wasn't just one moment. And for many of us, this won't just be a one-shot deal. This will be an ongoing progression. This will be something that you may work on for a week, a month. It may be something that you work on for years. I believe that as we evolve and as we grow, we always need to be checking in with our core, checking in with our soul. How does this line up? And oftentimes, how many of us know that when there's something on the inside that's not quite right and we know it, but then we go and either do it anyway or participate anyway or join in anyway, and then later on, it turns out not to be good for us, and we realize it's like, yeah, I felt that. I knew something was wrong. So the second part, or the second thing I want you to take away is the trust factor. You've got to trust. You've got to trust or learn to trust your soul. And for many of us, we grew up like I did, and maybe many of you did, where your intuition, your sixth sense about things, when you shared that, it might have been shut down. Maybe you just had an inkling of something, or you had an epiphany about a thing that you felt deeply from your core. And maybe you shared that with some people. Maybe it was people in your family, maybe it was friends, maybe it was at work, and it was shut down. It was denied, it was thrown back, like, no, that doesn't make sense, because oftentimes that intuition is contradictory to what we're seeing in the earth realm, right? It's contradictory to what we're seeing in flesh. But in fact, it is oftentimes a warning mechanism for us. It is waking us up. It is a caution, a warning, a confirmation, an affirmation. So sometimes I think that many of us have gotten away from our intuition and living from our core and living from our soul and spirit because someone told us that it was wrong. Someone told us don't pay attention to that. Sometimes we're in businesses or we're in professions where things have to be black and white. You may find someone that works in numbers and things or in science where everything has to line up and make sense. And sometimes in those situations, or even in families where that may not have been valued, we learn to cut off or silence the intuition, silence that inner voice. And that's what we now need to do. So in your work of being quiet, in your journaling, and as I mentioned, I was going to say, so at the end, the ending of this first point with that quiet requirement of making sure that you take the time, as is the recap. You take the time to do the quiet work, the work that isn't done in church on Sunday. It isn't done in group coaching. It's the work that's done between you and spirit. It's the work that's done. So for me, I made it a special time. I made it sacred. I lit beautiful candles. I had beautiful music. I was burning incense with intention, specifically. And then I was praying and just asking God to pour out of me onto the pages what it is that I needed to do differently to make sure that my soul was aligned. And then that takes us directly into my second point, which is the trust factor. So for one, we have the quiet requirement. And now two is the trust factor. It's so important to be able to trust what it is that you hear innately in your soul. And many of us grew up where we may have shared those inner feelings that we had with family members or friends, or even, in a work situation where you just innately knew that something needed to be done a different way, or you wanted to make a suggestion based on that inner feeling. And perhaps it was denied. Perhaps the people that you grew up with or are around are not people that maybe subscribe to that spirit side, that maybe things for them need to be black and white and tangible and something that they can touch. But you know that there was an inner knowing. And oftentimes for many of us, myself included, that inner voice was quiet. It was shut down. It wasn't celebrated. It wasn't cultivated, if you will. So I began to shut that down and do more of what, you know, the world thought that I was supposed to do, and think like the world thought I was supposed to think. But innately, I always knew, and what I started to learn was, and this is why it's so important to have that quiet time. And then you've got to do this next piece, is to really begin to trust what is inside. Trust, you know, sometimes we just have a feeling about someone or a thing, and we feel like, you know, maybe I shouldn't go tonight. You know, maybe I'm not sure if that particular person is right for me. Let me take a little more time to get to know them, or I'm not sure this group is for me. Let me sit back and wait. And very often when we honor that feeling that sometimes we can't put our hands on, it will be revealed and the waiting will have been worth it. The answer will come. And then there'll be times, trust me, where, you know, you may go with what you feel, and you may see, it may seem like it wasn't the right thing, but there was a lesson there for you to learn. So I think it's so important to exercise trusting that innate voice, trusting that core of yourself, to say, I can be trusted, that the spirit in me, the soul in me wants me to be aligned properly in my life, and my soul is going to give me the right answers. It's going to, because I'm going to nurture it. I'm going to take care of it. And trust me, you know how it is, whether it's a plant or whether it's a person. When we nurture something, when we care for something, it grows. And so the more that we care for our soul, the more that we take time to listen, the more that we take time to clear out the clutter. Many of us have clutter. We have so many things going on in our heads and in our minds and in our lives that we need to do some decluttering, so that when we hear the voice, we know where the voice is coming from. We know that it's not the voice of 25 other voices on the outside telling us what to do and what they think we should be and where they think we should live and how they think we should, what our career should be, or whatever those things are, whatever those voices are. You've got to get to a point where you are listening to yourself and then trusting yourself. I believe God resides in my soul. I believe that I am the temple of the Holy Spirit. So I know that my spirit desires to inform me about what is going on in my life, about warning me. And I can't even count how many times I have felt something deeply and then did something else. Maybe when I was younger, did the popular thing, right? Or went with the crowd. Or even as an adult woman, doing something that maybe everybody else is doing. So it's like, okay, I guess I'll go. Or I'll be a part of it only later on. And it could be something simple as just not having a good time, because innately I felt like I was supposed to be home, or I was supposed to be doing something else. And then those other times that are even more important, that inform me about how right and on point my soul is, because now I can say to people, which I say often, every time I don't follow my mind, I'll say my mind, my spirit, my soul, it goes wrong. So I'm now in a healthy soul place where my soul, my soul is healthy enough that it informs me and I believe it. And that's where the trust factor comes in. You got to believe it. And, you know, it might be a little rocky at first. It might feel a little bumpy and it might feel a little awkward, but keep going with it. Trust me, this journey is so worth it. It's so worth it to live, enjoy, and live in alignment, that it is worth the work. Which leads me to my last point, which is living and being lit. And when I say that, I mean that we, at this point now, you need to do what lights up your soul, because now you have a relationship with your soul. You spend quiet time with just yourself, literally doing the work, doing soul work. And there's all kinds of wonderful, there's books out there, there's spiritual leaders that can support you in your journey as well. But definitely at the point where I am, and where I hope that you are, and if you're not now, that you will be soon, is that you now feel empowered to do what lights up your soul. You get to the point at with that trust factor gives you, it bolsters you and helps you recognize that it's like, yeah, like I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I know what I'm supposed to be doing in life. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing right now because I'm sitting here having this conversation with you. I am on purpose. I am doing what this lights up my soul, to be able to share this journey with women, with men, that would inform someone, that would instruct, possibly inspire, motivate, and maybe light up somebody else's soul. That's my purpose. That's why I'm here. And so being lit, literally for me, I know it means a lot of things to a lot of people, which is one of the reasons why I like the phrase, but being lit for me is doing those things that light up my soul. And even recently, I started hiking this summer when it was really hot. And I had my first hike, and I was just, a friend asked me to go to a park where there were waterfalls. And I hadn't been there in a very long time, many, many, many years ago with my daughter. And I was like, yeah, let's go. You know, I just, you know, I felt like it was right to go. And I was like, yeah, let's go. And it began a journey for me where I've been hiking almost every week since the middle of the summer. And each hike is a different place, a different part, different set of trails, different challenges. And it's lighting up my soul because I'm looking, my critical thinking muscles are being flexed. And, you know, when you're walking on different terrain, there's a lot of critical thinking that takes place, but it's the beauty and the solitude where I feel like I'm just connecting, and I feel lit up. I feel alive. You know, I feel lit up when I spend time with my good girlfriends. It lights up my soul when we're laughing till our bellies hurt, when we can share things and pick up where we left off, even if it's been 6 months or 6 years. And those types of things, when I'm sharing that, when I'm putting together an event that will help women reclaim their voices or reclaim their wellness or reclaim their courage, those kinds of, this lights up my soul. These are the things that I love to do. And when I do them, I feel even closer and more connected and more aligned. And what I love about being lit is being lit doesn't have to look like anybody else's. One of the things that we have to learn is that our journey isn't going to look like anyone else's, because you are uniquely designed for your journey. So your alignment is not going to look like mine, and mine is not going to look like yours. We may be in similar industries. We all may be coaches, but we're doing it a different way. And if we're doing it on purpose and we're doing it in alignment, then our results are going to be different. And our journey, our behind the scenes journey, if you will be different. But the most important thing is that it's all valid, and it's all of value. And so living lit, being lit, I call it, is really such a beautiful place to be. I live in joy. I always say I am joyfulness. I even have a sweatshirt that says joyfulness on it under my She Is Free brand, because it really is how I live my life. But that joy has come from the fact that I had to block out a lot of voices. I had to do some unlearning. Being lit is not only learning about your soul, but it's also unlearning some really bad information that we got, or some information that's just outdated. It may not be bad, it just may be old. It may not apply to who you are anymore. It may not be aligned now with where you're going and what you're supposed to be doing. So I would encourage you to go back, get quiet, get that quiet requirement in, I can't say it good. And then trust your soul. Trust what you're hearing, trust what you're feeling. Make sure you're listening to yourself. Make sure that the information, make sure that you're informing, that it's informing you on your life, not somebody else's, and that it don't compare with other people. If it's sending you in a different direction, trust it. Trust it and go in that direction. Trust it, because what happens is when you take that, what looks like a detour, it's actually an open door. It's an open door to you. It's an open door to a greater you, a bigger you, a more fulfilled you when you trust. And finally, live lit, be lit, do the things that light up your soul, do the things that give you intense joy, that make you smile on the inside and on the outside. That would be my advice. That's what I have for you today in reclaiming your healthy soul. I say God bless you, and I pray that this time you're on. So I want to hear from you. So just go ahead and put in the chat. Tell me what you need to reclaim. Put it out there, because I want to make sure that you walk away today with tools that you can use today. So write in the chat, think about what it is that you need to reclaim. Think about whether and if it is that voice, and it is, of course, I'm teaching on soul, but it might be something else. So put it out there, what you need to reclaim in your own life. So I want to hear that. And then with the trusting, trust yourself for those open doors. What doors do you want open to you? What doors do you feel like have been closed and could be open, but what's in the way is you, right? Because one of the things I do with She Is Free is I help women get out of their own way. Because sometimes it's not the husband, it's not the kids, it's not the church, it's not the friends or whatever, it's us. Because we have to make the decision. It's up to us to make the decision to silence those voices or put people in their place so that we can do what we need to do. So what is in the way of you trusting your voice? What's in the way of you? Send it in the chat. I want to see it. I want to know what you're having, because I'm here to answer your questions, and I want to know what you're thinking about what's holding you back from trusting, that trust factor. And then finally, what lights up your soul? Like, what do you do? Let me tell you, one of the things, and I didn't mention this earlier, one of the things that lights up my soul is dancing. And I absolutely love to dance. I love house music. Oh my God. I love house music. So if you want to see me lit, like totally lit, put some house music on and watch me dance. Now, watching me dance might be hilarious, but my soul is lit up. So if you think it's funny, that's great. But it's one of those things. Of course, we know that dancing is great for the body. It's, physically it's great. And we know that physiologically it's great. It releases the endorphins, which are the happy hormones. We know that. But for me, like, it lights up my soul to be moving. It lights up my soul to hear that beat and move. And it's something that I just enjoy, so what lights up your soul? Like I mentioned to you, I love hiking. What lights up your soul? Is it working with homeless people? Is it spending more time with children? Is it writing? Is it, what creative outlets light up your soul? What things, what is it, and sometimes, and I didn't mention this, but I'm glad I get the chance to now, is that you have to, in that quiet time, you have got to address your fear. Because very oftentimes it is fear that is keeping us from everything. It is that false evidence appearing real, which is an acronym for fear, that is keeping us. It's like, what are people gonna say if I do this? And I recently went through a huge transformation, soul transformation, even from from being in the church. And there were times when I was still there that I just felt this leading. I felt this pulling to go global. I felt this leading to do things outside of, not only outside of the building, but outside of just what the church was teaching, because I felt God leading me to something bigger and something deeper. But I kept thinking, what are they gonna say? what are the other pastors going to say? What are the deacons going to say? What are they going to think? Are they going to think I went crazy because I'm now, I'm hiking in the mountains or whatever it is, that I'm doing. So sometimes those voices, those people, those institutions in your life are holding you back from doing the very thing that you were called to do. So I implore you to look fear in the face. In the Bible, it says God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And I stand on that scripture every single day, because fear will cripple you if you allow it. But let me tell you, I did it anyway, and I did it, and I was still afraid. So I'm not saying you're going to eradicate the fear. I'm saying tell fear, like, okay, we going? Let's go, because I'm going. You going with me? And yeah, I was scared. Did I have butterflies in my stomach? Was I nervous about what people were going to think or what people were going to say? Sure. But as I spent more time doing my soul work, the less I cared about what they thought, because I knew and now know that what I am doing is in perfect alignment, and that there's new things for me to do. And I'm excited about what's next. And because now I've exercised that I don't kind of care what you think about it, I'm even more excited about what's next as a result of that. So tell me what lights you up. Put it in the chat. I want to know. Tell me what's happening there, and how I can be of service, how I can support you in your reclaiming journey. I'd love to do that. And I look forward to spending more time with Sexy Fit and Well. Candace, thank you so much for this work that you're doing. Thank you for this privilege. Thank you so much for everyone that's chatting, for all your comments. And I pray that this has been a blessing to your soul. And I pray that you live a life that is totally lit, completely reclaimed, and absolutely free. Thank you so much. I would love to stay in contact with you. I am Vanessa Elam. You can reach me at https://vanessaelam.com. You can reach me at 202-409-4197. Also, on my website is you can schedule a clarity call.
This is some good stuff, y'all. I truly hope that you are appreciating these ladies and this opportunity to gain this kind of information. I know there's all kinds of stuff floating around all over social media, but when you can get focused, when you can have direct information right at your fingertips like this, when you can sit at the feet of some amazing women, this is just awesome, y'all. This is absolutely amazing. So we've talked about the spirit with Dr. Trinice. We have really gotten into the soul with Vanessa. We got into the mindfulness with Miss Courtney. This is where the action, this is where the movement begins. This is where the seeds are planted. Those deep roots, this is where they're planted, right here. It's in summits and opportunities just like this. So guess what? We have a treat for you. Because I know Courtney just left you with a whole boatload of information about mindfulness and achieving that balance on a daily life. But guess what? She's about to show you, okay? She's coming right back, and she is going to walk us through some deep breathing exercise to really get us into that space. She's not just going to tell you about it. She's going to show you exactly how you need to get into that space. So what I need you to do, I need you to take a second, make sure that door is still locked, make sure the kids are still on notice, because we don't want to be interrupted. We're going to take this time And we're truly going to go within and really get the breathing, get the mindfulness, get the understanding, get the clarity. It's amazing what you can do with simply breathing deeply. It's amazing. And she's about to show you this right now. So I need you to get comfortable, whether it's in your chair, on the floor. If you, well, I'll let her tell you, but you may even want to be able to lay down. If you have space to lay down and be still, she's going to walk you through these deep breathing exercises, and I guarantee it's going to bless your soul. So come on back, Courtney. We're ready for you.
So excited to be here with you. Grateful to Candace, Camille for the invitation to come and talk to you about mindfulness matters and the tips that you can use to achieve balance in your daily life. So who am I that I've been asked to come and share this topic with you? My name is Courtney Brown. I'm a wife, a mom, an avid reader, a runner, and a yogi. And that is not who I am. Those are the roles that I play, right, in life, but that's not who I am. And at the end of our session together, I'm going to ask you that question again and answer it truthfully for you this time about who I am. Because finding out who we are is a gift of the practices that I'm going to share with you in this presentation. Another role that I play, and has nothing to do with who I am, right, is that I own Shabbat Yoga Studios in Waldorf, Maryland, and I have since August 2017. A little bit more. Before I took a leap of faith and left my very lucrative and successful corporate job in book publishing to become an entrepreneur, I used the 5 techniques that I'm going to share with you in this session. Because one way that I realized that what I was doing in my life, although it looked good on paper, although I was successful and I was making a lot of money and traveling the world, all those things were good, right, on the surface. But I was deeply unhappy under the surface. And once I got serious about my meditation and became more mindful of, what was I being led by? What were the things that made me happy? Then I gained the clarity, the focus, and the strength to be able to shift my life completely and design a life, right, that lined up with who I am. Not the roles I play, right, but actually was a representation of who I am. Because what I learned about myself in my meditative practice, right, that I was deeply unhappy. And not just unhappy, I was living in a constant state of unease, right? I was never really at ease in my job because it was very stressful. It required a lot of me. And at the end of the day, when I sat still with it, right, and really paid attention to how I was feeling about it, I realized it made me unhappy. I wasn't even happy. I was giving tremendous amounts of myself to a job that did not serve my highest good. And you know what actually really crystallized that feeling for me was my lunchtime yoga practice. Every day, I'd block out time on my schedule so my staff knew that I wasn't available, my director knew that I wasn't available, and I would go to yoga without fail. That's the thing I did for myself consistently. And it was my yoga practice that led to my meditation practice that led me to learn more about myself, become more mindful of what was motivating me, and ultimately change my life. And that's what I'm going to share with you in the time that we have together. These strategies that I'm going to share with you are mine. I used them consistently as I was making my shift from working for someone else and being completely unhappy to working for myself and being a lot happier. All right, so I know these strategies work. I know they work because I use them. So the objective of what I want to share with you in the time that we have is to gift you, not just present, but gift you 5 strategies that you can easily, that's important, right? Because we don't want to do anything that's going to make life hard. These are easy things to do. That if you incorporate these strategies into your everyday life, both at home and at work, and we know, given this moment in time, that at home and at work couldn't be one and the same, right? But if you practice these things consistently, now that is bold and underlined because that's important. This isn't something that we do one day and then drop it for a week. These strategies, when practiced consistently, will enable you to feel a greater sense of focus and balance in your daily life. I know, I'm a witness. I'm not telling you something that I heard. I'm telling you about something that I do, something that I practice on the regular, consistently. So what are these 5 strategies that are going to help you gain greater focus and balance in your life? They are that you make time for meditation, that you manage the moments of your life, and we'll talk about that a lot, because this right here, right, what we're dealing with this pandemic, it's just a moment. And how are you managing that? Are you enduring or are you embracing? We'll talk about that. Mindfulness methods. What is mindfulness? Everybody's talking about it, right? But what is it? Mirror time. What is that? How do you address yourself? And then lastly, moving your body or move your body, and how all of these things work together to create greater focus and balance in life. So although I presented the 5 strategies in this numerical order, the way they work is more cohesive, right? You see how the circles interlock in this diagram? That's because these strategies aren't independent activities. They might start off as independent activities, right? But as you start to practice these with more consistency, they'll start to meld. They'll just become concentric circles. You'll constantly be moving in one state or the other. Right? So they're all intertwined. Meditation makes you more aware of how you're managing moments, which then makes you more mindful, which then lets you look at how you're talking to yourself, speaking to self, and how you're interpreting other people's actions toward you, and then how movement also helps to settle the mind and usher the mind, body, and spirit into a greater sense of focus and balance. So we start by making time for meditation. Meditation doesn't have to be 20 minutes of sitting in lotus position, right? The yoga pose where you're sitting cross-legged on the floor, right? You don't have to levitate. You don't need anything special for meditation. You don't need a special room. You don't need special candles. You don't need any of that. You just need a willingness to be able to sit with what is. That's why we meditate. Our meditative practice isn't about clearing the mind. That's not a fact. That's an untruth about meditation. It's not about clearing the mind, emptying the mind. No, meditation is about sitting with and acknowledging everything that's coming up, everything that's coming forth, right? When you find the courage to sit with it and be quiet. So how do you make time for meditation, right? How do you make time? Well, one thing you could do is take a few minutes before you get up to focus your thoughts. Most of us own that part of our day, right? Our other responsibilities maybe haven't woken up yet, right? Other things haven't come into play. You've got, the early morning to just sit with yourself and pay attention to what's present in your mind first thing in the morning. That time belongs to you, so that's one opportunity. You could also meditate during your commute. Now remember, when I'm talking about meditation, whatever view you have of meditation, right, that you have to sit in stillness, sit absolutely quiet with your eyes closed, oming, holding a mudra, none of that is necessary for your meditation. You're certainly not going to be doing those things while you're commuting, right? But if you are choosing your commute time as the time that you will meditate, that means becoming mindful again as you drive into your place of employment. What is holding space in your mind? How are you feeling? Right? I mentioned earlier that I left a job that was very demanding, very stressful. And when I became more serious, I guess, about my meditative practice, I noticed how I was feeling on my way to work, right? I noticed that there was usually, I always either had like a dull headache or a bit of a stomach ache. I was sad, and by paying attention to how I was feeling and becoming mindful of what was going on with me, that is the thing that helped me change my life. So paying attention during your commute, how are you feeling? What's holding space in your mind? Perfect time for meditation, and it counts. Upon arrival at your office, before you exit your car, that was also a pivotal moment for me, a pivotal time that still belonged to me, right? I pulled into the parking garage. I wasn't quite in the office space yet, but I would use those few minutes in my car, right, to settle in with my breath, take a few deep breaths, settle myself, and again, acknowledge how I was feeling, right? Ask myself, as you're about to open this car door and step into the parking garage and into the elevator and up to your office, how are you feeling? And I had to sit with that, right? I had to acknowledge where I was unhappy. You could also pick a time during the day when you can meditate for 2 to 5 minutes. So if none of the previous times that I mentioned work, right? If you don't have time to do it when you first wake, you don't have time to do it during your commute, there's not enough time to do it, when you first arrive. Are you starting to hear that, those sound like excuses because why can't I get them in on those other 3 instances, right? But say, it just can't happen those other 3 times, right? No judgment. It just can't happen. Choose a point in your day, 2 to 5 minutes where it can happen. So most of us get a lunch hour, right? So that's 60 minutes that you have available to you. Use 55 minutes to eat and 5 minutes to meditate. Here's the gift of that, right? Meditating right before you have your lunch hour is that you become a more mindful eater. So if you need a little inspiration for why you could choose that option for when to meditate, there you go. And then lastly, if those other 4 times don't work, right? So busy, couldn't do it when I first woke up, couldn't do it during my commute, couldn't do it before I got out of the car, those sound like excuses, right? But let's just say that's true and you couldn't do it in any of those other instances. Right before you go to bed is another prime time for meditation. And I almost don't want to tell you this, right? Because I do want you to try the other instances as well. But it might be the best time for meditation. And the reason I say that is because, again, think about what you know now about meditation, that it's not emptying the mind necessarily. It's sitting with what is holding space in your mind, what's taking space up here. So if at the end of the day, you sit there acknowledging, what am I meditating on? Literally, right? Because anything that occupies space in your mind constantly is meditation. So when you can sit right before you go to bed or lay down right before you go to bed and kind of review your day and think about the thoughts that held space in your mind all day long. And then ask yourself, are these thoughts in alignment with my purpose or highest good? Do these thoughts empower me, or have I spent the whole day walking around holding thoughts that defeat and deplete me? And then you get to release that. Then you get to let it go, and you lay your head down for a peaceful night's sleep. You tell me you can't meditate? I tell you, you have 5 chances where you can. Will you do it? And then managing the moments, right? One other gift of meditation is that it helps reduce stress and anxiety. And psychologists and psychiatrists will tell you that the number one reason for stress and or anxiety is that we tend to live too far in the future. We're trying to manage moments that don't belong to us yet. And because of that, we tend to worry and we write these narratives in our minds about how things are going to work out, right? But we don't actually know because those moments don't belong to us yet. So one thing we want to learn how to do that becomes a part of our meditative practice and our mindfulness is manage the moments, right? And so here are ways that you can manage the moment. Set yourself up for success at the start of the day. I call this give yourself the gift of time. So you're not racing throughout your day. You didn't hit that snooze button, 3 or 4 times and, slept another 8 or 9 minutes, right? And then have to race out of the bed and then you jump out of the bed, race to work. You can't, meditate then during your commute because you're driving perhaps like a mad person trying to get to the office, right? So starting off the day by managing your very first moments, right? Getting up and giving yourself the gift of time and not having to rush through the moments. Also, resist viewing the day from 30,000 feet. When we look at our day from way up here, right? When we look at it from this high perspective, it's stressful, right? It's stressful. We need a bird's eye view of life in order to manage the moment. So when you're looking at your day and you realize, you're way up here and you're thinking about assignments that are due, next week, or you're thinking about, is my child going to graduate on time 4 years from now? Or you're thinking about, retirement 25 years from now, maybe, whatever, right? Those views are 30,000 feet. They don't belong to you yet. We want to manage our day incrementally, manage the moments of the day. And then, focus on your challenges early in the day, right? Another stressor is when we think about things that we don't like to do. And in our mind, we've decided we don't like to do this because, maybe we're not good at it. Maybe we're lacking confidence in our skill to do a thing, who knows? But when we focus on the things that are challenges early in the day is when we're most clear and most focused and we have the greatest amount of clarity available to us. So knowing yourself, right, because you've been sitting in meditation and you know the things that you'd rather avoid because of feelings they bring up, right? Tackle those things first when you're strongest, mentally and physically. And then, as I've said already, deal in the present only. Try to avoid bringing yesterday's problems into a brand new day. And one way that you can do that, the 5 strategies that I mentioned previously, when you meditate before you go to bed at night, and you get to empty your mind of what you've been thinking about, right? Because again, remember I said meditation isn't necessarily emptying the mind. We first want to become aware of what's holding space in the mind. We can keep what's useful, and the rest we can discard. So when you do that, at the end of the day, again, it helps you not go to sleep with yesterday's problems on your mind or the problems of the day on your mind, and then wake up and bring those same problems back into a brand new day. You get to release the thoughts that no longer serve you every day. Manage the moments. So what is mindfulness? I've been talking about meditation and mindfulness. What is mindfulness? I prefer the second description on the screen. It really speaks to what mindfulness is, because it is a mental state achieved by focusing one's awareness on the present moment while calmly acknowledging and accepting one's feelings, thoughts, and bodily sensations used as a therapeutic technique. Be your own therapist. Be aware of what holds space in your mind and how you're handling it. How are you managing these moments? Caveat, I'm not saying fire your therapist. In fact, I'm a huge proponent of therapy. But in the times that if you have a therapist, yay you, that's a gift. But in the times that you're not spending time with your therapist, when can you act as your own therapist? When can you manage your thoughts, become more mindful of what's taking up space in the mind, and then shift? Shift away from negative thinking towards positive thinking. And the only way you realize whether or not you're sitting in a space of negativity is if you sit still in meditation and be willing to acknowledge what comes up. So there are lots of methods and techniques to usher in a greater sense of mindfulness, right? Mindfulness, I say, is a gift of meditation. I might have said that already because it's just like, that's the real grit for me. That's the real good stuff. Our meditation makes us more aware, right, of what's going on with us, which then enables us to adjust. And one method that I use a lot to create a greater sense of mindfulness, or to like build my mindfulness muscle, right, is this square breathing technique, which I will share with you. You can do it anywhere, at any time. Remember, when I said I was going to introduce these strategies to you, I said they'd be easy, something that would be easy for you to incorporate into your day, right? So I'm holding true to that. This is an easy method for you to use. And it works like this. If you look at the diagram, you inhale and you hold your breath for 4 seconds. And when you get to the end of your inhalation, you hold your breath for 4 seconds. And then you exhale for 4 seconds. And then you retain the breath again for 4 seconds. And then you let it go. So let's try it together. Make sure you're nice and comfortable. Take a deep breath in, and we're going to hold it for 4 seconds. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Now exhale. Now hold. Now exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Now hold. Good. Now let it go. Let's try that again. Because I want it to be nice and smooth. Here we go. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold the breath for 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. Reduces stress, clarifies the mind, allows you to deal with whatever is. Mirror time. Mirror time is very important because as we become mindful, right, as our meditation practice gifts us with greater mindfulness, mirror time enables us to check in with how we are addressing ourselves, right, and others. Because a lot of times, right, the things that we don't like about someone can be a mirror reflection of the self. And I'll talk about that. So one gift of mirror time is you become more aware of how you speak to yourself. Seriously, stand in front of the mirror, right, and say something to yourself. Without really thinking about it, just stand in front of your mirror, look yourself in the face, and say something to yourself. Knowing you, like you know you, right, because you do, imagine you just did that. You stood in your bathroom mirror, you looked at yourself. The words that you said to self, were they encouraging and supportive, or were they critical and condemning? Right? This is not to judge you. This is to become more mindful of how you're speaking to self. When you're talking to and about yourself, I would encourage you to use the same words towards self that you would offer to a best friend or a loved one who came to you looking for support or encouragement. Same exact language used on self, offered to self. Because then you start to become aware of how your internal message differs from your external message, right? Hands in the wrong way, Courtney. Internal message to your external message, right? So what you're saying to yourself constantly, these thoughts that hold space in your mind, right? That's internal messaging. Then how does that come out? So you're constantly telling yourself whatever, not strong enough, not fast enough, not tall enough, not pretty enough, whatever, not, right? If that's your constant internal message, right? That's what you're constantly saying to yourself. How does that show up externally when you're talking about yourself with others, or when someone offers you a compliment? Like, how easily can you accept those things, right? How easily can you offer compliments? These are things to become mindful of, because they're based on how you speak to self. It's true. I'm telling you, try it. You'll see. And then think of a challenging relationship. 100% authentic. I had a supervisor who was like a real thorn in my side, right? And then I realized the problem was, right? It was very easy for me to spot this person's insecurities. Why? Because I was sitting in judgment, right? I was judging this person. So I could see what all their flaws were, and I was quick to point out, so-and-so is so insecure, right? But then I had to realize that what I was able to so easily see in someone else was also true of me. It was. And I had to sit with that truth. And that was tough, y'all. That was a tough one. But putting yourself in the other person's place, right, and looking at things from another person's perspective, again, helps you learn something about the self. We're not walking around here, completely independent beings. We're energetic beings, right? And so when we come into contact with someone who we're either attracted to, right, something about their energy, be curious about why that is. Also, when you come into contact with someone who you're automatically like, ugh, who, you're just like averse towards, consider what that is. And is that something, some attribute that is a part of who you are? And then sit with that in your meditative time. And last, but certainly not least, we need to move the body. I mentioned earlier that I own Shabak Yoga Studio, right? And so yoga is an 8-limb path. There are many, many, many aspects of yoga, but what most people are most familiar with is the physical practice of yoga known as asana, right? Moving the body, the poses and all that. When you look at the philosophy of yoga, the foundations of yoga, the history of yoga, the reason why we practice, the reason why we move, right, is so that we can calm the fluctuating mind. Literally. You take an hour-long yoga class so that you can reach this moment in your practice, right, where the mind is no longer busy. It's stopped fluctuating. You're calm, you're breathing deeply, and in that moment, there is great clarity. In that moment, there is great clarity, and that is what our meditative practice, all of the practices, the meditation, the mindfulness methods, the mirror time, the managing the moments, the moving your body, it's all to get us to this moment in time where whatever questions you've had, say you're about to make a big decision about what to do next in your life, right? There's clarity. That is the reason for sitting with what is. Allowing everything you're feeling, everything you're thinking, everything you're sensing to rise to the surface and to look at it. More times than not, thoughts that are unpleasant or difficult for us, we want to do this, right? We want to do this, right? We don't want to acknowledge, we want to hide, but there is no growth in that. The way that we find greater focus and greater balance in our life is to bravely and courageously look at the thoughts that are taking space in our mind, yes? Become mindful of how those thoughts are motivating our moments. Become mindful of how our thoughts cause us to speak to ourselves, right? And then shift. Shift in your thinking, in your actions, to do things that are more in alignment with your greater good, with your purpose. That is the greatest gift of our meditation. And moving your body doesn't have to be difficult. Like I said earlier in the beginning of this presentation, I promised you ease. I promised you these strategies would be things that you could easily incorporate into your daily life so you could do them consistently. So say you don't have an hour to, work out. Although I'm going to challenge you on that, because why not? It's a whole other thing. I'm not judging you, but I'm asking you to take off any excuse for why you can't find an hour in your day to move your body. But let's just say you can't, right? For whatever reason. The diagram here shows you about, 16 different moves that you can do in your chair, in your office, in your home office. Just little movements, right? Little movements that you can take to aid in calming the fluctuating mind. You owe it to yourself. You do. Again, the 5 strategies work together in tandem. They're not separate activities. Although they might start out that way, they might start out as separate activities as you step into this. Eventually, meditation will lead into moment management, and that into mindfulness, and mindfulness into mirroring, and mirroring into movement, until it's just something that you do all the time, consistently, without even thinking about it. It'll just become a part of your life. And in doing so, I promise, if done consistently, you will find yourself moving through life with a greater sense of focus, balance, and ease. Thank you for allowing me to share the 5 strategies with you, and I pray you use them well. Namaste.
You to use the chat, because after all of that, I just know you got to get lit. Okay, are you being lit? I need to know, are you being lit? Come on now, Vanessa, thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. Oh my goodness, I gotta because I was getting out my seat and everything, y'all. This is serious. This is serious, and this is just day one. This is just day one about the mindset, y'all. Woo! Okay. All right, Kristen, come on, get it together. Vanessa, we are reclaiming our healthy soul, okay? We're getting a healthy soul. Listen. Okay, Kristen, she said you gotta get that quiet requirements. Okay, you gotta bring it down, Kristen. The quiet requirement. Did y'all catch that one? The trust factor. And get lit. Get lit. Lord have mercy. I know I need a break after this one, and what I have coming next is going to help me get it together, okay? Because we want to focus on that mindfulness, that yoga. We want to get into that yoga space, okay? Any yogis out here? Because I know what we have coming up next. That there's a level of discipline that comes with yoga. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I tried a couple yoga classes, but there's a level of discipline to really just get into that space and be clear and be open. So I think we're going to learn a little bit more of that from Miss Courtney Smith Brown, okay? She is an amazing, oh my gosh, Kristen. She's awesome, okay? So whether you're into yoga or not, whether you've taken the class or not, don't get caught up in all of that, okay? Get caught up in the message. Get caught up in the message. And the message is about that mindfulness matters. mindfulness matters. And I know when you're in that space, when you're in that yoga class, you have to get into that mindfulness. So we're going to talk about tips for achieving balance in your daily life. Miss Courtney Smith Brown, she actually just started in 2008, so she hasn't been doing yoga that long, but that's been long enough for her to really get into the essence and really be able to do the work. She is also a Reiki practitioner, and she works through the Thai Yoga Bodywork practitioner. So she is, listen, I want you all to really take a moment to just soak in what she's going to share about mindfulness matters, okay? Because we've been talking all day about how the mind, you have to renew the mind. You really have to get into that mental space in order for anything else to flow properly and to flow well. So we're going to talk about some tips for achieving your balance in your daily life. This isn't just a once a week, once a month situation, just for the beginning of the year or whatever your situation may be. This is for daily living. So come on, Courtney. Come on, Miss Smith Brown. Let's get it.
Greetings, Sexy Fit and Well Summit goers. I'm Courtney Brown again. Prayerfully you were able to experience the Mindfulness Matters session that I did earlier. This now is a meditation that I am offering to you. It is a sound bath meditation, and the purpose of the meditation is to help get you emotionally and energetically balanced. So I'm using rose quartz crystal singing bowls, and I'm just going to claim that virtually lighting the sage here on my end is also reaching you on your end. So lighting sage is a way to purify the atmosphere, any atmosphere that you find yourself in, the atmosphere of the home or the self, right? The vessel of the soul. So I'm lighting a little sage here just to purify the moment, myself, and to offer this time to you. Make yourself very comfortable. I am resting on a meditation cushion, but that's not necessary that you have a cushion. If you have a pillow that you can sit on, a blanket, you can even lean back against the wall. One of the things that's very key when we're meditating is that we be comfortable, right? So as you begin to come into your body and to settle in, it's important that you be comfortable. So let's find a comfortable seat or lay down on your back. Let's begin to send a message to the mind and the body that we are preparing for a moment of meditation. By allowing the eyes to flutter closed, just let your eyes close. I invite you to take 7 deep breaths with me here, in and out through the nose. Take a very deep breath in, all the way down into the belly. And exhale, let it go. Good, we'll take 6 more breaths just like that. Deep breath in. Let it go. 5 more, deep breath in. Release it. 4 more, breath in. Release. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now your deepest breath. Very deep inhalation. And exhale, let go. I invite you to keep your eyes closed as you continue to breathe in and out through the nose deeply. Allow yourself to be fully present for this moment. And listen to the sound of the singing bowls as they wash over you. And I will offer a few words of encouragement and guide you through a practice, a meditative practice that will help you open the chakras and become more emotionally and energetically balanced. Deep breath. Very deep breath all the way down into your belly. And let it go. Your next deep inhale breath. Picture a healing red light coming in through your nose and traveling all the way down to the soles of your feet. Healing red light. In through the nose, all the way down to the soles of your feet. And as you breathe, remind yourself, I have everything I need. There's no lack in my life. No scarcity. I have everything that I need. Now allow that healing red light to change to orange. And breathe this orange light in through your nose and down to your pubic bone, just below the belly. Orange healing light. And silently say to yourself, I am joyful. I am full of joy. I live life passionately. I am joyful. Now allow that orange light to change to yellow. And breathe in through the nose yourself, I am loved. I am loved. I am loved. Breathe it in, healing green light of love. Now that green light turns blue. And as you breathe in and out through the nose, that blue light rests in the center of your neck at your throat. Breathe that light in. And tell yourself, I am honest. I speak truth to myself and others. I use words that edify and empower. And now bring your awareness to the center of your forehead, the space right in between your eyebrows. Allow that blue light to change to indigo. And tell yourself, I am wise. I make wise choices. I make good decisions. I know what's best for me. Now bring your awareness to the crown of your head. And that light that was indigo is now white or violet. And remind yourself, I am faithful. I am connected to the divine. I am covered. I am blessed. And I believe it. Seven deep breaths in and out through the nose, nourishing all seven chakras. Breath one. Let it go. Breath two. Just breathe in all the way down into the belly. Let it go. Breath three. Breathe in everything you need. Let go of anything you don't. Breath four. Breath five. Breath six. And let the seventh and final breath be the deepest and most healing breath of all. Take a very deep breath in and release it. And just sit here in the truth that you are balanced and whole. Sit with this truth Bring your hands to heart center, bowing your head and sealing in your power. Lifting your gaze and feeling your true strength. It is done.
Listen. That just feels good. That deep breathing just feels good. And we gotta make sure we do this on a daily. Can you commit to that? Commit to that on a daily. Thank you. Thank you so much, Courtney, because sometimes we just miss that opportunity to breathe and breathe deeply. That can change your whole entire situation. Lord have mercy. Well, guess what? I want you to stay right here in this space. I want you to stay right here. I want you to stay. There's still a lot of energy, even though it's mellow, even though we've been focused on our breathing and slowing down, there's still a lot of energy that happens in this space. And that deep breathing, that just might put you to sleep. I know some of y'all fell asleep, and that's all right, because you were comfortable and you were still receiving the information. But guess what? Sleep is important. How many of you know sleep is important? Because too often we're not getting enough sleep, and we all know that. So I am excited to bring up Ms. Wanda Dyson. Dr. Wanda Dyson. This is Dr. Sleep, y'all. She is going to talk to you about
I told you we are bringing in Dr. Sleep. Okay, Dr. Sleep. Dr. Wanda Dyson. She is the founder and director of the Change for Life Wellness and Aesthetics Center in Washington, D.C., y'all. She's in the Capitol, okay? She's working this sleep thing out. So we had some meditation. Now we're going into some sleep, okay? Because that meditation, that mindfulness, that deep breathing, that gets you ready for some good sleep. So we're going to find out about that good sleep. But not only are we going to hear from Dr. Dyson, we have Miss Candace Camille, our visionary. She's going to come in with Dr. Dyson to interview her. So they're going to have a conversation about this sleep, okay? We got to make sure all your questions are getting answered. So Candace Camille is going to come in and make sure you have all of that information about sleep, why it's important, what's going on in that brain while you're sleeping. How much do we really need? Because we've heard all kinds of things. I can get by on 4. Everybody needs 8. I could use 12. What's the number? What is that really all about? So we're going to find out about that sleep, that good sleep, that sleep that make the drool come out, y'all. That's what we want. Okay. So we're going to welcome Dr. Wanda Dyson and Candace Camille to the stage.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, Christian, for that introduction of this panel. Listen, you guys, I want to make sure you get your pencils, your papers. You don't want to miss this section on sleep. We're talking about the subconscious mind. You know, all day we've been talking about mindset and what you have to do. You need to go deep. You need to go deep. You need to sit here. But right now we're talking about going a little bit deeper. We're talking about going into the subconscious mind with Dr. Wanda Dyson. She's going to explain to us everything that happens to us inside of our brains, inside of our life, inside of our bodies when we don't go to sleep. So being healthy is not what you think it is, and she's going to explain why. So I am here with Dr. Dyson. My name is Candace Camille. I am your interviewer for today. So I'm going to interview Dr. Dyson about what it really means to go to sleep. And why do we really have to go to sleep? And Dr. Dyson, is it a waste of time? Dr. Dyson, please tell us a little bit about yourself as I get into the first question.
I'm Dr. Wanda Menace Dyson. I am the founder and director of Change the Life Wellness and Aesthetic Center, located on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And I practice medicine from an alternative point of view, and I also do non-surgical cosmetic procedures. So although I'm a conventionally trained MD, I am off the grid and out of the box.
All right, Dr. Dyson, let's get into it, because we had so many questions from the studio audience that they wanted to know about sleep, because we're so busy working. We want to know why. Why do we need sleep? Why? What for?
Well, let's start with if we want to live, okay? So longevity is associated with three things: regular sleeping patterns, good quality sleep, and a favorable cholesterol. So by regular sleeping patterns, I mean going to sleep at the same time every day. And if we don't do that, it affects our metabolism, and it creates a whole cycle of things that happen, that occur, which we call, in the medical field, we call it metabolic syndrome. But what it is high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, and a big waist size. And those things lead to heart disease. And of course, heart disease can lead to death. By a good quality sleep, I mean getting enough of the two most important aspects, which is slow wave sleep and REM. So
okay, Dr. Dyson, let me stop you for a minute, because I want you to really just stop right there, because when you talk about why we need sleep, and you dropped all the things that most of us are dealing with, like diabetes, hypertension, you know, the big belly, the adipose and the visceral fat around us, and high cholesterol. So basically what you're saying, because that was a couple of people asked this question. So basically what you're saying is when we don't get enough sleep, those are the things that's happening to us, which you call the metabolic syndrome. So for those of you that's out there and you hear that, let us know inside the chat if you're dealing with high cholesterol, if you're dealing with diabetes, if you're dealing with hypertension, or you got a muffin top. Because again, knowing we thinking our muffin top is coming from eating, and come to find out, according to Dr. Dyson, it's coming from not sleeping. So that's why we have to go to sleep. Now she's going to tell us the different areas of sleep, different types of sleep, and where we really should go in, and how much do we need. Dr. Dyson.
Right. So back to, just let me go back a little bit, just one aspect of the metabolic syndrome, hypertension. So many of us in the African American community have that. That's linked to sleep, and that is because when we sleep, there's a dip in our blood pressure. So if we don't sleep, we don't get the dip, and the blood pressure remains elevated. Just so people understand that sleep is tied to these particular manifestations that we see. So we need two types of sleep, slow wave sleep and REM. And it's during slow wave sleep that we turn on our immune system. And we turn on some particular cells that I like to call Pac-Man for the body. They're called natural killer cells. So like Pac-Man goes around the board and chews up those little yellow circles. If we think of those yellow circles as virus-infected cells and bacteria, and the big white circles in those corners would correspond to cancer. So that happens when we sleep. And during that phase of sleep called slow wave sleep, that happens in the beginning. So in order to turn that on, we need to go to sleep around 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., sleep straight through until at least 2 a.m. But we also need to get a full 8 hours. So when we don't go to sleep, we don't turn on our immune system, which is our own personal protective equipment, and we're born with it.
How about that? You know, it's funny because I always state a lot of times, like, God has given us these bodies and it's our first piece of real estate. And it's actually, you know, given to us free and clear. And it's so many of us that have let our bodies go into foreclosure. So how is it possible that we own these things free and clear, and we have let it go into foreclosure by way of not going to sleep and not doing what we have to do? So when you talked about the slow wave, so you mentioned two things: the slow wave sleep, which means that that's when the Pac-Man come in and it gets rid of the old cells and start building new cells. Is that what you were saying?
It eliminates the viruses and bacteria and cancer. That's part of our immunity. So those natural killer cells are like Pac-Man. It goes around the board and it chews up those yellow circles. That would be our virus-infected cells and bacteria. And the big white circles would be cancer. So if we don't go to sleep, we don't turn this on.
Wow.
A perfect example of this is what recently, the death of Chadwick Boseman, that recently occurred. Why would someone so young be diagnosed with colon cancer? He was diagnosed at 39, and by 43, he had died. So what we are finding is that young people who sleep less than 6 hours have the same risk of getting colon cancer than if they had first-degree relatives, that is a mother, father, sister, or brother that had colon cancer. So just by not sleeping, we can predispose ourselves to all types of cancer. And in the case of colon cancer, it's more advanced at the time that these young people are being diagnosed. And I also, my MD stands for medical detective. So I want to find out, well, why did this happen to him? So I kind of dig into what he was doing. So he was diagnosed in 2016, and you know, with the celebrity lifestyle, it would be probably like a lot of night things that they do, events. But also, 2 years later, after his diagnosis in 2018, he shot a film called 21 Bridges. And that film was shot entirely at night for months on end. And he said in an interview that it took him 5 months after the shooting to get back to any type of regular sleeping pattern. So his physicians, the people that were treating him, they don't recognize, or in conventional medicine, we don't recognize that that was just as important as getting chemo and surgery, as him changing his lifestyle and sleeping at night. That probably would have helped all those modalities work better.
But let me ask you something in it, because, you know, again, the world knew what was going on, Hidden, but unfortunately behind the scenes. But that's in that celebrity lifestyle that you're doing it. So basically, what you're saying is that what we're saying, and even in our world of the jobs that we do and everything that we do, the choices that we made, but is that from because we don't know that how this is going to affect us? We're so busy trying to make it, trying to get ahead, especially for those of us that's here, that's entrepreneurs, that's, you know, consistently on the grind. And I hate that word. We're consistently on the grind. You think that if you're not working 4 hours a day, you're not going to get ahead. I think I heard Steve Harvey say one time that you can sleep when you dead, but you gotta, if you want to get ahead, you know, in this business world, you gotta get out there and do this 23 hours a day. And I'm just surmising some of the things that he said, but basically what he was saying also, and Chad's, you know, Chad is under them. So when hearing all of this, that we hear it, in order to get this, you gotta grind, you gotta stay up, you gotta get it. But no one's telling us that we can really lose our life simply because we are not going to sleep. So is that basically what you're saying?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. And women who don't sleep at night or who are exposed to artificial light at night, that increases the risk of getting breast cancer. And the government, the Denmark government recognized this. And it was around 30 women that sued the government who were night workers and got breast cancer, and they got a monetary compensation. So this is real. And exposure to light at night, as in night workers, but that could be anybody. You could just voluntarily decide to stay up at night and look at television all night or be on your computer all night. You could still create the same situation. So anybody that's doing that is predisposing themselves to cancer.
So basically, even is that at the end of the day, it still boils down to decisions. So basically what you're saying, so even for those of us that may have to go to work at night, so in Denmark, for them to recognize that and look out for the health and well-being of their employees, again, that's a corporate thing that you can fight for when you're talking about how it affects your brain, but that's inside of corporate. So, but when you're talking about for yourself and you're making these decisions to say that I'm going to stay on my computer, I'm going to stay on all of these electronics. So in all of this innovationness that we have available to us, what is it actually doing to our bodies and doing to our brains when we stay in it so long? And how long should we even be in this light once, you know, the nighttime comes and it gets dark? When should we start to get off it so we can go to bed?
Right. So first of all, most of us are ignorant of what this does to us. Wouldn't you say? So when you asked me to be Dr. Sleep, you opened my eyes. I thought I knew about sleep, but I've learned and researched over 3 years so much more that I'm sharing with the world. So basically, we need to be connected to light and dark cycles. That is how human beings have evolved and lived. Now the oldest human fossil is 3.8 million years old that they discovered. Before, when I was doing my research, it was 2.8 million. So we know human beings have lived 3.8 million years. We lived in a certain fashion. And that has changed within the last less than 150 years with the advent of the light bulb. So let's go back to how we should be living. We should be outside during the day. Many of us are indoors all day. Right now we're indoors and the light intensity in here is about 200. If we were outdoors, the intensity of light would be 100,000 or more. So that's very different. Now at night after sunset, we should be in darkness or dim light. And dim light, say, for women that don't want to get breast cancer, they should be exposed to about 16 lux. That's a measure of intensity of light. that would be very dim light. But instead, we are exposing ourselves to light at night, and it's about 60,000 to 90,000 times the intensity of light that we should be exposing ourselves to. So there's a talk, there's a communication between the environment, daylight, and darkness, and our bodies. We're not disconnected. So the sunlight enters the eyes, it lands on the brain, and there's a master clock in the brain. The master clock in the brain talks to all the little clocks on every cell, on every organ in our body. And it tells the cells when to grow and when to stop growing. So if you don't have this communication, if we're out of sync with light and dark, that clock is not talking as it should to say, stop growing cells. And when we don't have that, the uncontrolled growth of cells is cancer.
So Dr. Dyson, what is that clock called? Because I know, what's the rhythm? Like, what is that clock called, that internal clock that we have?
Suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain.
Say that again.
You got that? It's called.
Wait a minute. Did y'all catch that? She gonna say it nice and slow one time so you can know what that is. Say that again, Dr. Dyson.
It's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain.
Right. So that's pretty interesting. So basically, what I want to know when you're talking about the light and all the electronics, and I love the fact that you said indoors, that we're really right here only under 200, about 200 of the light watts, and we go outside, there's 100,000. So that we are really up under when we out. So that's why it's so important to get outside every single day. And how long should you be outside on a daily basis when you're talking about that in the light, so we can get our 100,000? So how long should you really be out there in it, in regular daylight or even in or sunlight?
Probably around 3 hours. And so a lot of people are afraid of the sun now because they're told that they're going to get skin cancer. So it's a sort of conflict between, we need to be outside getting sun so that we can prevent the cancer that will happen from being out of sync, right, with our master clock and the little clocks. So, and what I've read is, we don't have to be in the most intense amount of sun, like trying to get a suntan or baking in the sun, but we just need to be exposed. And I think it's best the earlier we do it, the better. So like around sunrise, because we have a hormone in our bodies called melatonin. And melatonin gets turned on by what we do in the day. So in the morning, our bodies are being primed to produce melatonin at night. And melatonin is what helps us to fall asleep and stay asleep. So when we interact with these devices, with the computer, with the television, the cell phone, the tablet, it knocks out our melatonin. It stops us from producing it, which is why we have trouble sleeping.
Wow. So, and I hear a lot about a blue light. Like what is the blue light? Like what is that as it relates to our brains in sleep? Can you explain that a little bit?
Blue light is what's emanated from TV and computers and tablets. And that's not the light we should be exposed to at night. We should be exposed to blue light during the day. The sun has a full spectrum of light. It's blue, it's orange, it's purples, it's like lots of different colors in the spectrum, which we're not being exposed to if we're indoors. So in the day, blue light's good. At night, it's not a good thing because it knocks out our melatonin. Melatonin itself eliminates cancer. It's an antioxidant, and it also gets rid of cancer. And they did an experiment with women who didn't sleep, who had low levels of melatonin in their blood. They mixed it in a dish with cancer cells, and the cancer cells grew. Women who were sleeping and had adequate melatonin, they did a similar experience in the experiment, and they put their blood in a petri dish with cancer, and it stopped it from growing.
Wow.
So just by our behavior, our lifestyle, and our interaction with our environment, we are creating what we're seeing, the cancer. And we are altering over 711 genes by how we're interacting with our environment.
So basically what you're saying is that we have the power, because we talk about that a lot, because a lot of times we think things aren't in our control, but actually they are. So we have the power to determine, even when we're predisposed, because I always say, you know, because my mama had it, my daddy had it, is in my family, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to give it. Basically, if you do better with yourself, because when we talk about all the diseases, because all of the things like what you said, that we are predisposed to in our family, like diabetes, hypertension, especially in the African American community, high cholesterol, heart disease. These are the things that we have that has been gone down the line. I know I have them in my family, but because I changed my whole life, my lifestyle, does that make the incidence of what's in your family, does it decrease that possibly these things won't happen to you if you take and do what you have to do, like eat well, sleep well, which we're talking about here, hydrate and move well. But when it comes to sleeping well, does that pull the incidence down? Meaning that because your mama had it, if you're doing what you're supposed to do now that you know, will that decrease your chances of getting any of these diseases?
Definitely, we have to modify our behavior, but we lack knowledge. Most people lack knowledge. And then the other thing that I see is that it has to do with economics. So a lot of people will say, I need to work the night shift because I get paid more money and I can get my bills, you know, paid off or whatever. They can make more money at night. Or a mother that wants to be with her kids during the day, so she works at night so she can deal with her children and during the day. We find all kinds of reasons to do it. However, we need to realize that there are consequences. There are consequences to every choice we make.
Ooh, that's good. You know, my mother used to always say, you know, you are responsible for your choices, but you ain't responsible for the consequences that come behind your choice. And not to even make you feel bad, because like you said, in an economic way, that you have to go to work. You have to feed your family. Night shift is the only thing available. And this is something you have to do. So you're caught in a vortex of what the heck am I supposed to do? So can you give anybody any advice for those of us that I remember working a night shift. I quit simply because it made me sick, but I was okay with quitting and was okay, you know, financially for a minute until I got back in it. But can you offer some advice to some of us that absolutely, and I'm not talking about staying up at night by choice, but have to literally work the night shift? Like, what are some of the things that they can do through the day to make sure they get the sleep that they need inside of their house?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Candace. It's a choice between your health and life and money. Period. And
Y'all take a deep breath on that one.
And I have written letters. I had a patient who was working nights and I could see it was destroying his immune system. He worked for, ATF, you know, a DEA, one of those. And he was working nights and it was destroying his health. I wrote a letter stating what it was doing to his immune system because I could see it in his cortisol. We did cortisol testing, 24 hours salivary testing, And you could see the impact. They changed him. They took him off of nights, they put him on days. There's no way to mitigate that. I'm sorry, we were not designed to do that. Period.
So basically what you said, see, because I heard a solution to that. So basically, see what you're saying, that you can get with your doctor and do some of the tests, the salivary tests like you talked about, and have them write a letter to your employer to let you know how this is affecting your health and see if you can move to another shift. So basically that is a solution based on, you know, getting with your doctor, going to your doctor and seeing what's happening to you. Because a lot of the times, Dr. Dyson, we don't know what's happening to us. So for those of you that's out here that's listening to this, you know, put in the chat if you have any questions for Dr. Dyson. She's going to be around. She's going to answer your questions about sleep. As you can see, she's straight up no chaser. So listen, you want to make sure you put your questions. Don't leave here without getting your questions answered about why sleep is so important. Why is it, you know, destroying us, our brains, our health, our immunity, especially for such a time as this. So you want to make sure you get them answered. Dr. Dyson, I have 2 more questions for you.
I need to respond to that though.
Okay.
About the doctor.
Okay.
Because a conventional MD, a primary care physician like family practice or internal medicine, may not be knowledgeable about what I'm talking about. They don't understand. And the type of testing that I'm talking about is non-conventional testing. It's not something that is offered by most physicians. So if they go to their physician and ask them to do cortisol testing, they don't do it in the way that I do it, and they don't understand. And it's because of you that I have a deeper understanding, by you creating Dr. Sleep and giving birth to Dr. Sleep, that I have a deeper understanding of it. But that is not the case with most physicians. So they're not going to get the help that you are thinking they can get.
Wow.
Right? They're not going to get that. Sorry.
So not even sorry, not sorry. So meaning that you really have to go somewhere and again put your health in your own hands. It goes right back to, that's just one way of doing it, of going to a non-conventional doctor, going to a holistic doctor or a functional doctor that actually offer these tests about cortisol, melatonin, serotonin. So which brings me to the next question. How does these hormones in our body, how do they affect us, affect our brains when we don't go to sleep, especially for women that's going through menopause, that's going through perimenopausal, like because we go through these periods in our life, or the change, as my grandmother would say it, and we get sleep deprivation, we get night sweats. How is that affecting our health, and what can we do about it? What can we start to do about it to change it? So maybe without the night sweats, you know, without the sleep deprivation, waking up, what are some of the things that we can do to combat that?
So I am a proponent of compounded bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. I know that's really long too, but we are all affected differently. We all age differently. We're impacted differently by menopause. And we had a little brief discussion and you said you're able to sleep all night. But many women, when they go through menopause, when they pass through around 50, 51, thereafter they have trouble sleeping. And that is because estrogen talks to the brain and it helps what we call brain chemicals or neurotransmitters go into the brain to help us to feel calm and help us to go to sleep. So there are those of us, and I happen to be one of them, that when I passed through menopause, I couldn't sleep. And what I needed to do to eliminate that problem was I replaced my hormone. So I've been on bioidentical hormone replacement for 16 years.
Wow.
And,
so that's one of the things that you can do when you, now, what are some of the things, And I will share some of the things that I do because again, I started out like that, you know, in my 50s. And as I went through, there were some natural things. I did not take the hormones because again, even in developing, looking up Dr. Sleep, even when I decided that I wanted Dr. Sleep to be a part of the panel, I did lots of research and things myself. And yes, the biochemical was, the hormone replacement was, the compounded was one of the things that I came up in my research about some of the things that you can do. But there are a couple of other things naturally that you can do also to start that if you're not in a position, because and again, a choice, but let's be realistic here. A lot of the times your insurances don't pay for hormone therapy replacement. So sometimes you'll have to pay for this out of your pocket. So if we're not in a position where we can pay for it, and you talked about it, economics have so much to do with a lot of us being healthy, but is there anything else that you can do from a natural realm on your side that you can do? Because I always say you got to prepare for sleep. Like, what are some of the things that you have to do to actually prepare for sleep? Before we end this out of here, how do you actually prepare to go to sleep every day?
Okay. I just want to respond to the economic thing on the compounded bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. All of this has to do with values. Even the poorest of us, if we want that Gucci bag, if we want that big screen TV or that fancy car, we could live in the projects and we make that stuff happen. We want to go to Starbucks. If we want Starbucks, that's how much a day? $3 to $5 for a cup of coffee. We afford what we want to afford and what we value, right?
Wow. Wow.
So,
Dr. Dyson, just hold that, because, right here, right now, you guys are listening in. I am going to put a little cap in that, like pause for a second, because you have to get that before we move on. Because basically what Dr. Dyson said was your priorities. Like,
exactly.
What is a priority to you? What is important to you? Because again, we're going to get what we want. Is that what you're saying, Dr. Dyson?
Exactly.
No matter what.
Whatever is important to us, we're going to have it. If our health is not a priority, it's not going to happen. It's going to be on the lowest, rung of everything.
So you got to ask yourself the question in here today: Are your physical being, your mental, your health, your emotional, mind, body, soul, and spirit, is it a priority in your life? And are you willing to do what's necessary so you can feel better? And see, that's what it's all about, feeling better, because we don't feel good when we don't sleep. So I want you to write in here in the chat, in the box, I am a priority. And once you did it, begin, as we wrap this up, Dr. Sleep is a part of your wellness recovery action plan. So it's a wrap. So she's giving you so many things that you can do. Basically, is your mindset, y'all. You got to think about this. What you think about, you bring about. And you've been hearing that all day long. What you think about, you bring about. So if you are a priority, Dr. Dyson, you're telling them that they need to cut the TV off, right? That's number one.
So like I said, it begins in the morning. So it begins with going outside at sunrise if possible, but early in the day, being exposed to sunlight outside for at least 3 hours. And then in the evening, when the sun sets, we want to diminish our exposure to blue light, because blue light knocks out melatonin, which helps you to go to sleep. So what you can do, you can go to a site, it's called lowbluelights.com, and they have different screens that you can put on your television that block the blue light. There are screens you can put on your cell phone, the tablet, etc. Or you can even wear these glasses that are blue light blocking glasses if you must look at television after sunset, if you must be on the computer or your tablet. So you can mitigate the effects of exposure.
Dr. Dyson, can you repeat that website one more time? Because somebody may need that screen.
It's called lowbluelights.com. And I think some cell phones might have an app or whatever where you can block the blue light. You know, I'm not that sophisticated with the technology, but it's probably available on a cell phone, depending on the cell phone. And now some of my patients who live in the more modern apartments are telling me that their apartments do it at a certain time. The light changes and whatever. So, and they have, what do you call it, curtains or shades or whatever.
The darkening shades.
That block, what do you call them? Blackout.
The blackout shades.
Blackout curtains, etc., that prevent the light from coming in to your home or your bedroom where you're sleeping. That's important because even the light coming through the window can knock out melatonin. And they found that women that live closest to street lights have a higher incidence of breast cancer. So just living in an urban city and near light coming in the window can also increase the incidence of getting cancer.
Wow. So basically, even with that, so let's give them the plan now. So basically what you said is that it starts in the morning. You get up, sunset. You need to get outside. Sunrise. Yes, sunrise. You need to get outside at least for 3 hours through the day. As the day go in and our day going down, we need to slowly but surely, as the sun set, start moving away from the blue light. She's giving you a website where you can literally go find a screen if you must be in front of the blue light as you go. But she talked about earlier that you needed to be in the bed by 10 p.m., 9:30.
9 or 10 p.m. We need to be asleep and sleep straight through until 2, but then continue until we have slept for a minimum of 8 hours.
There you go. So 9 o'clock, start getting ready to go to bed. And I'm gonna tell you how you prepare at 8. But between 9 and 10, she's telling you we need to be in the bed sleeping so our bodies can repair itself to push our cells, get new cells, to eat up on the cancer and the viruses and everything that may be in our bodies, and then continue on to get at least, try to get 8 hours of sleep, right? In order to do that. Try.
Yeah.
No, not try. Oh,
it.
Lord, did she just cross out try? She just crossed out try.
I crossed out that.
She just obliviated, not try. Did y'all catch that?
Get it.
Not try, get it. Get it. No ands, no ifs, no buts, according to Dr. Dyson. But one of the things that you can do even with that as you prepare for sleep. So part of my sleep routine with it, and you'll hear from Dr. Warder later on how that affects your sleep and everything with it, and you'll hear some information about that too. But a lot of things that I do, I literally start to shut everything down about 7 o'clock when it comes to the blue light, preparing myself for bed. I quiet my mind. So one of the ways that you can do it is to put on some soothing music, walk away from the TV. I shut all of that stuff down.
Meditation is a way to do it.
So that's what I'm saying.
Some people taking a nice bath and put a lot of magnesium in it, which is Epsom salt.
Epsom salt.
Because that is calming. And they actually have places where you can go and soak in like hundreds of pounds of magnesium floating. It's called a floating tub or whatever. They have these places where you can go, and a lot of athletes have done that, like Steph Curry and those the like. They said that was the best sleep that they ever got.
Yeah,
when they did that.
And for those of us that can't, so for those of us that can't get there, though, that again, what she said is that you can take a bath in some Epsom salt. So they have a lot of the Epsom salts with a lot of the essential oils. And even if you don't get the Epsom salts, you can get regular. You can use some lavender. You can use some bergamot. These are the things. You can use some frankincense, a myrrh. These are the few drops that you can put in the tub with the Epsom salt to just calm down, to calm your mind. Candles is another way that you can set the stage for you, even though it's light. Like at 6 o'clock, I cut my lights out where there's no blue light, and I light candles and stuff just to bring my mind down to a certain degree. I don't sleep with candles, so I do when I'm getting ready to go to bed. I blow them out. But another thing that I do is I drink turmeric and ginger every night. I make a sort of like a latte with, you can do it with water or you can do it with almond milk. You know, your grandmother used to say a long time ago that drink something warm. When you drink something warm at night, it calls for better sleep. So even in my research, I found out that there was my grandmother was never able to explain it. You know, she was one of the ones wanted to like, just do it. So when I found out that it really helps you sleep. So Dr.
Now,
Dyson,
for me, if I did that, see, that's how we're all different and we're all individual.
Yeah.
So if I drank ginger at night, that would be too stimulating for me.
Okay.
There are certain spices that are so stimulating to me, it's like drinking espresso.
Wow. So it's a trial and error? So it's a trial and error. So yeah.
So spices, even like cayenne, which I loved before.
But not at night, not at night.
Jalapeno. If I did it in the morning, if I did it in the day, period, those things are very stimulating to me. So,
but you know what? Everybody's different, right?
Exactly. And there may be some people that do everything that we tell them to do, and they still can't sleep. And there are other reasons that people don't sleep, and it can be even from childhood trauma. I had a friend that her stepdad tried to molest her at around 14. And thereafter, she never slept for more than 3 or 4 hours for the rest of her life. She was in what you call a persistent fear, hyperarousal state. And the brain actually got rewired because of that. And children who have been abused can be in a persistent fear, hyperarousal state. So there are other things that can be done to help rewire the brain. There are some women, such as myself, who are very sensitive to estrogen. Without estrogen, I'm not sleeping. It's just not happening. There could be chronic viruses in the body. There could be gut problems.
So basically what you're saying, because, you know, and I know we got to wrap this up, Dr. Dyson. One of the things about it, so basically you're talking about being aware of self and knowing what's going on with you a lot from an emotional mastery standpoint, is that a lot of your limiting beliefs and all the traumas that may have happened to you in your life can still affect you in your adulthood and everything that's going on. So like we have to just wrap this up now. So can you give them, when you're talking about your mindset from what's happening to you, can you give them something that they can do? So we gave you the wrapped, and you can find whatever you could drink at night. Like Dr. Dyson said, everything is different. So you got to find your thing. My 1 + 1 don't equal your 2. So you have to go through it and figure out what works for you. But before we wrap it up, Dr. Dyson, I want you to end it with, because that was huge. And so many people, it's got their past, bring it in into their future and not understanding how it's affecting their sleep life. So if that is something that we have gone through, like some of us have gone through some traumas, I know that I have, you have, but it's not affecting my sleep. But what are some of the things? Give me 2 things, maybe 1. That's how much we got time for. And then you guys are going to have to come back, put your questions in there for Dr. Dyson, and she will answer them. But give me 1 thing that we can do based on our fear that happened to us back then that will help us go to sleep now.
Well, I would say meditation is 1. So transcendental meditation helps with people who have been traumatized. I could say that 1 thing, but there are other things that are out there that can help to rewire the brain.
So give Dr. Dyson, write it in a note and know what those is. I'm a component. Now I know why I got past all of my stuff. I do transcendental meditation. I do it 20 minutes
Really?
I do it 20 minutes in the morning, and I do it 20 minutes at night. So again,
Awesome.
not even knowing that that was one of the things that helped me get through all my traumas. So even if you want to know more about transcendental meditation, of course, Google is king. You can Google it and figure out what it's all about. But Dr. Dyson, I want to thank you so much for being here. This information, we can go all day and talk about this. One day we're going to do.
I practice TM as well.
Do
I
you
do it-
really?
Yes, I do it
Oh,
too.
I love it. It is TM is absolutely amazing. When I discovered and went to learn how to do that transcendental meditation, we call it TM. You know, when you get your own personal mantra, again, go look that up and you can see what it's all about, because
Who
that's
knew?
some of the, huh?
I said, who knew that we
Who
were both
knew?
doing
Who
that?
knew? That's one of the things. So Dr. Dyson, before we get out of here, I just want you to let the folks know how they can contact you for more information in the Sexy Fit and Well Summit. And if you have questions, be sure to make sure you put them in the feed. Put them in the feed, get your questions answered. Let us know what nugget that you took away. What was your biggest nugget that you took away that you're going to use today, that you're going to put in your wrap, your wellness recovery plan? Dr. Dyson, tell us how we can get into contact with you.
Okay, my website is cflwellness.com. That's C as in cat, F as in Frank, L as in Larry, wellness.com. My office is located on Capitol Hill at 650 Pennsylvania Avenue, Southeast. The suite is 250. I'm near historic Eastern Market. And my phone number is 202-575-4660. That's 202-575-4660.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dyson. We're out of here, Sexy Fit and Well Summit. This has been amazing. We will see you on the next one. Thank you again.
Thank you
Dr.
for having me.
You're quite welcome.
Man, this is exactly what I needed. Now listen. I know I told you earlier, some of y'all toes are getting stepped on, so mine just got stepped on. Because I can guarantee you, most nights, I do not see that bed before 10 o'clock. So did y'all catch that piece about sleeping and how your cells are renewed from 10 to 2? Well, some of y'all not even going to bed till 2. See how I put that on y'all real quick? I said it was on me, then I put it right back on y'all. Some of y'all, we talking about sleep and these phones getting in the way. And I know y'all caught that. It's all right, because this is real life. But we're going to keep moving. So we're going to ask everybody to mute your phones and make sure that you don't have any distractions. Because I told you that up front. We got to make sure we don't have these distractions and get in the habit of not having these distractions when you go to sleep. So it was very interesting how Dr. Dyson was just sharing how we have all of this technology, all these lights, all these computers, everything is boom, 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 all throughout our day. And we have become so accustomed to it that we don't even realize the damage we're doing to our own bodies, the reason why we are so off with our sleep cycles. And oh man, there was so many good nuggets in there. I know some of the main takeaways that Dr. Dyson talked about was making sure that we are in the bed at 10 p.m. Some of y'all sleeping until 10 a.m. because you don't go to bed at night when you're supposed to. But sleeping between 10 and 2 and how those are key hours to be asleep so that your cells can be renewed. That was powerful right there, because I that was definitely new information for me. And also just making sure we understand the power of that shift and then what's going on in our bodies between the melatonin and the serotonin. And she got a little technical on us, but it's good information, and we all need to make sure we are aware. So now that you have to have the information, you got to make sure you use the information. So what are you going to do differently tonight when you go to sleep? I know some of y'all need to call somebody, get those TVs off the wall, get them out your room so you can have peaceful sleep. Some of y'all need to find another alarm clock so we're not using the excuse of having our cell phones as our alarms and having all by our head while we're sleeping and checking your phone when you wake up in the middle of the night, all that good stuff. So we got to make some changes. I'm included, y'all. I'm included. But it's all good. So we're going to keep this thing moving. We're going to keep this train moving. Thank you so much, Dr. Dyson. Thank you so much, Candace Camille, for that amazing interview, but also for this powerful summit, the Sexy, Fit, and Well Summit, the Sexy, Fit, and Well movement. Okay, we're going to move. We're going to talk a little bit more about movement tomorrow. But for today, we are going to get into this panel. We have a mindset panel, okay? We've been talking about the soul, the mind, the body. We've been talking about the spirit. Dr. Trinace got on us with the spirit. We were talking about the soul with Madam Cellular, Vanessa Elam. Listen, we had that meditation. Y'all didn't forget, because we did that right before the sleep. So y'all, this is getting gooder and gooder every single time. So we are about to wrap things up in a few minutes, but I just want you to just really reflect on all that we've taken in, because we've taken in a lot. I know it's a lot. I know you have to process these notes. But as we were sharing with Candace Camille, kicking things off with the mindset, this is so key. This whole day has been focused on the mind, really getting into your soul, your spirit. This is important. Those P's, the power of the P, focusing on that process, it is so important. So I hope you are really, really not just writing down notes, not just saying, that's good, but really taking an opportunity to think about how you are going to change your daily living. We talked about those deeper roots with Dr. Trinace. We talked about really getting into your soul with Dr. Vanessa Elam, right? All this, we've focused on that deep breathing with Miss Courtney Smith Brown. And we learned how to do it. So you already have the tools, y'all. You already have the tools, no excuses. Dr. Wanda just told you how to sleep and how to sleep right. So what are you going to do? Because right now, we are in the process. We are wrapping things up, and this is preparation. Did y'all catch that, P? This is preparation. We're making changes, y'all. We are making changes. And this is all for you. What you do with it is up to you. So when we talk about wrapping, that wellness, that recovery, and the action plan, this is what it's all about. So what I'm going to bring for you as we wrap up day one, we're going to bring you a panel. Okay, we have a social worker, we have a licensed therapist, we have some amazing information that's going to come before you. Emotional intelligence expert, y'all. How important is that? Emotional intelligence expert. Candace Camille made sure you had everything that you need to make sure you are powerful. Catch that, P. To make sure you are sexy, fit, and well, mind, body, and soul. So we are going to bring forth this panel that is going to be moderated by Miss Sonia Williams. We have Miss Kelly Jamison. I told you we had a social worker. So Miss Kelly Jamison. We have Miss Miyoko Taylor. I told you about that emotional intelligence. So she's going to share a little bit about that for you. And then we have Dr. Valika Moore, who is all about making sure you have the information that you need as a licensed therapist. Okay, so keep those notebooks open. Grab your glass of water. Make sure you're getting that water in. So grab that glass of water and make sure you pay attention to this amazing panel right here.
Thank you, Christian Young, for passing it on to us. We are so excited today at the Sexy Fit and Well Summit. Today's topic is your mind right to get your body tight. So I'm here with a panel full of amazing people that's going to help us get our mind right. Coming out of 2020, it's been a challenge. So now we're into 2021. We want to get our mind right. I am here with Kelly Jamison, Dr. Valika Moore, and Miyoko Taylor, along with our amazing host, Candace Camille, the Wellologist. My name is Sonia Williams. I will be your moderator for today's panel, and I'm so excited to be here because I get to get all of the information firsthand from these amazing speakers. So let's start with Kelly Jamison, who's a licensed clinical social worker who has been practicing for over 20 years. Kelly, please introduce yourself and give us some information about you so we can get to know you personally and professionally so that we can be prepared to receive the information that you're giving us today. Ms. Kelly Jamison.
Thank you so much, Sonia. And I also want to thank the beautiful Candace Camille for inviting me to be on this panel in support of the Sexy Fit Well movement that's taking off. I really appreciate her. She does some great work with people. And I just want to say that I am Kelly Jamison, and as mentioned, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I love what I do. I've been doing it for almost 21 years at this point, and I really just have a passion for helping individuals to be their best selves. So I like to help individuals on their journey to their own wellness, and that's their mental health, their physical health, their spiritual and emotional health. And I'm really just glad to be able to share some of what I do privately with you all on the panel and you all in the audience. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Jamison. Next up is Dr. Valika Moore. She is a licensed therapist who's certified with as a medicine provider. Dr. Valika, I am so excited that you're here. Please share with us. You are a mother and a wife and a doctor. I can understand your mind has to be right all the time. So tell us something about yourself and give us some information about you personally and professionally.
All right. Well, I'm excited to be here. I am so thankful for Candace Camille for inviting me to be on her awesome Sexy Fit and Well platform. It is such an honor to be here. And, you know, and the thing is, the reason that I do the work and that I do it the way that I do now is because there was a time where I was not feeling sexy, fit, or well, where my mind was not clear. And I've been actually doing this work or been in the mental health field since 2001. And, you know, and it was so funny because I can look back and I say, you know, I was telling everyone else what to do. I was giving everyone else the answers, but I wasn't necessarily doing it myself. So I wasn't necessarily well. And one day I had a wake-up call, and that wake-up call was, you can't keep doing it this way. And from there, you know, I had to go through a process which I call mental detoxing. And that just, you know, I didn't know that that would become a movement. I was just going through my process myself. And one day I said, you know what? If I had to go through this, there are other people that need this as well. And from there, I started the mental detox movement. And just what I'm doing now is just helping brilliant, beautiful, but busy women mentally detox so that they can live their best lives.
I so appreciate that, Dr. Moore, because let me tell you, I am in that place. I'm going through that place with all this busy stuff that we have to do, being at home, managing everyone. So I'm excited to hear what you have to share with us. I'm going to call you Dr. V. I love your name. It's beautiful, but let's call you Dr. V. And just in case I ever get it wrong, next up, we have the amazing, and it's so wonderful that he's going to sit on this panel with a bunch of strong women and, you know, represent the men. But also, I mean, we have issues regardless of your sex. Men and women, we have to be in control of our mindset to be right. So Mr. Miyoko Taylor, please introduce yourself. You are a life and business strategist, and let me tell you, I need it in my life and my business. I need some strategies to get through these times. So, Mr. Miyoko, please introduce yourself. Tell us something about you personally and professionally.
All right, first and foremost, thank you, Candace, for having me. I'm at the Sexy Fit and Well. Actually, funny thing is me and Candace took an emotional mastery certification course together. So we've actually been colleagues. So it's my pleasure to be on here. I have a passion for helping people discover, develop, and deliver their genius to the world. One of the things that I believe is all of us as individuals, we have our own area of genius that if we tap into it, it leads us to financial freedom, health and wellness, and all those particular things that we need to function in our life, and just have that total all sense of well-being and fulfillment. So that's just something that I've been passionate about. And one of the reasons is because I've always been the type of person to where I wanted to express my creativity, wanted to expand my gifts and my talents. And it brought me to a place where at one point in time, I was listening to my parents and I stopped pursuing what I was passionate about, got a regular job, all the stuff that everybody says is the normalcy in society. And to make a long story short, it was literally killing me mentally, emotionally, and physically. So I became, as a result, obese. Never been obese, was obese at the time. Stress level was through the roof. And I remember looking in the mirror one day, coming out of the shower and bursting into tears. And I said, you know what, young man, you have one or two choices to make. You're going to keep going down this road and only God knows what is going to happen. Or you can make the scariest decision you ever made in your life and go against what your parents were saying, what your peers were saying, and really start to tap into what you really wanted to do. And that's what started my journey. I literally Googled how to find yourself on Google. And then that's when all these people like Zig Ziglar and Jim Rohn and Les Brown, and all these people came up. So I said, this sounds so corny. It was stupid to me because I said, do you mean that literally by transforming your mind, you can actually transform these things, your health, your money? That was the first time I was exposed to that, but I got so engulfed in it. And to make a long story short, hundreds of books later, certifications and working with people, here I am. So emotional mastery, that's something that I will probably touch on. I've learned that emotions are a key factor in determining our behaviors, our habits, and our actions. And that changed my life. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you so much. That emotional mastery, I had never heard of that. And EQ, I guess, is the professional term.
Right.
I never heard about that until I met the wellologist, Candace Camille. And she has helped me to tap into emotions. And so, Miss Camille, for those that do not know you, please introduce yourself. And I, too, appreciate you putting on this summit for all of us that need to get our mind, body, and what we eat together. So thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Sonia and Christian. I'm excited to be on the panel because I believe that the mind is just a master power. And just like Miyoko said, it's a matter of you changing your thought process so you can see things a little bit differently. I am Candace Camille, the wellologist, the founder of the Sexy Fit and Well movement, where I operate as the wellologist to help women become sexy, fit, and well through mindset, meals, and movement, because I think those are the few areas, the three areas in your life, if you start to change, you will sit inside your soul. So even as you heard and you were here throughout this conference, it's throughout this summit, is that how do I take a seat inside my soul so I can be okay? And that's pretty much what I help women do, where they can see results in their body and feel it in their soul. Because when you feel it at that level, that's when things start to change. So even as we look at ourselves and we don't like what we're seeing, it's like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do like what Miyoko said, Google it? How do I find myself? It is somewhere in the Google, right? Because Google is king. It's gonna tell you where to find yourself. And most likely it's gonna lead you to one of us, because sometimes you can't find yourself by yourself. So, as I sit here on the red couch, and I can go back and say, me and Kelly met on the red couch, right? This whole movement started a long time ago, probably about 14 years ago. And we started this Red Couch Chronicles as we sit on it long before we knew about EQ and emotional mastery and all of that stuff, helping women to literally find themselves and understand what it is that I have to do. And what we learned, what I know for sure and learned and here to share is you can't build your bank account. You can't master your business. You can't master any relationships until you master your mind, until you master yourself. Once you get a hold of your mind, which is really in your gut, and we'll go on to that later. Once you get a hold of that, you're able to move into what you were purposed here to be, because we all have an assignment. So this panel is geared, this conference is geared, this summit is geared to ask you this question. I want to ask you this question. Are you in alignment for your assignment as you move over and take a seat in your soul and see what's available to you so you can move your assets? So.
That's what I'm talking about. Moving our assets. And, you know, we talking about moving our assets. We're going to jump on the red couch right now. Let's just, all of us, we're on the red couch. Imagine ourselves there so that we can get ready to be better in our mind. Let's get our mind right so we can get our body tight. I'm going to start with you, Miss Kelly. You know, we talked about earlier about moving our body, moving our assets, and we think of that, of making our body strong. But talk to me about, how do we make our mind strong, or be mentally tougher to handle what comes to us every day, the unexpected, the unknown, the surprises? Talk to us. What can we do to make ourselves mentally tougher?
Well, that is a really, really good question. And it's really important that we know, like the panelists have said, the mind and the body work together, you know, and we can't neglect one and expect the other part to work and to function like we like it to. So, you know, when you start talking about being mentally strong, it has to start with the self. You have to look at, how well am I taking care of me in order for me to be able to do all of those things that life asks of us, all of those demands that we have, all of those responsibilities, right? So I like to say that it starts with self-care. And self-care is so important. And if you think about it, if I'm not making deposits into myself, right, I'm not going to be able to make those withdrawals. Imagine going to a bank where you never made a deposit and expecting to go make a withdrawal. It's just not going to happen. So self-care encompasses a lot of different things, right? And so you want to make sure that you're getting rest, nutrition. I know we're going to talk about that a lot. You want to talk about your spiritual connections. They don't have to be religious, but your spiritual connections to things. You want to talk about your social connections to people, you know, and to activities, not just to people, but to activities that you enjoy. So you just want to be clear that the mind and the body work together. Healthy body, healthy mind, you want to have balance.
Thank you, Kelly. That is just, it's really real. You know, the rest, the sleep, the food, all of that. Self-care is important. And I think Dr. V touched on that in the beginning when she talked about all the things she was doing and how her life was busy, and she had to stop and say, wait a minute, what about me? But, you know, sometimes in doing that, you have to sort of be mindful and focus on what you want to achieve and deal with what's in this chaotic world. So, Dr. V, as you were making that transition from doing for everyone else and focusing on yourself, tell us, how did you achieve that? How did you get into that mindset that took you out of the chaos and gave you more control of your world?
Yes, I love that question. And one of the first things that it was for me, which is one of the first questions that I ask my clients is, how are you doing? How are you feeling? So I had to stop and ask myself that, because we, you know, as we're going through life, you know, we see people, we say, how are you doing? People ask us, how are you doing? And generally we'll say, you know, I'm doing okay, I'm fine, you know, everything's okay, I'm good. And a lot, or not necessarily a lot, but sometimes we're not okay. We're
Mhm.
not fine and we're not good. And I think that was a big first step for me, was admitting to myself that, okay, yes, I have, my wonderful husband, I have my beautiful children, I have a great job, things are going great, as it looks on the outside, but I'm not feeling that great on the inside. And I had to stop, I had to slow down and realize that, because sometimes we can busy our lives up with stuff so that we don't have to deal with the internal stuff. And so, for me, it was, I can't say it was it was welcome in that moment, because it was just a moment, I described it as a moment that was quiet, a moment that was great and conducive for just like rest, relaxation, and peace. And, as I sat there in that moment, these feelings wanted to come up. And I'm like, no, just like for all of the years I wanted to push them down, I wanted to push them down that time, but they didn't want to stay down. So in that moment, that was like the moment of reckoning. Like, okay, you're going to deal with this. You're going to sit here and you are going to deal with this. And this was around this, like just around the year where we're making our New Year's resolutions and things like that, or, setting our intentions for the next year. And, I'm not really a New Year's resolution person, but I, in that moment, said, you know what? I know I can't continue to go on this way, so I don't know what things are going to look like moving forward, but I can't continue this way. So I knew that. And, so it was me taking a moment to say, how are you doing? And me recognizing I was not doing okay. And then the next question being, okay, what do I need? What do I need? And that's something that we, especially as women, we don't ask ourselves a lot, because we're thinking about everybody else's needs. We're taking care of everyone else and taking care of work and just all of the things around us. So, that was the next thing for me. What do I need? And then the question from there, because generally we'll go through maybe the emotional stuff, maybe we might go through the questions, but then where we stop at is the action. So the next thing was, now how are you going to get that? How are you going to get what you need? What steps are you going to take? Because it lies with us. Like, we can't wait on anybody and everybody else to do it or to change or to make changes. We have to figure out how we're going to go out and get that. So that was the beginning steps to my process.
And that is, you were so true about when people say, how are you doing? How are you feeling? You're like, fine. And on the inside, you could be just stirring. And then you took that next step to ask, what is it that you need? And then you moved on. And I think the panel that's gathered here today, that you're like threads onto each other. Because in my mind, I just thought of Miyoko's story when he said that he stepped out of the shower and that was his sit on the red couch moment, and he had to do something different. So Miyoko, just tell me, when you're in those state, or when you were in that state in the beginning, and you had to change your emotional negativity to emotional success, what did that look like for you? How did you move down that track to being in your success?
Well, first and foremost, I realized I had created this entire inner world, right? You guys may have probably heard, and you listening, your inner world, dictates your outer world, right? It's very true. Sounds cheesy, but it's very true. So I was negative about everything, about money, about this person. I would look at the person next to me, maybe in a nice car, very successful in their own right. I would look at them in a negative aspect and say to myself, like, why do they deserve that? Why don't I have it? But it would give me a sense of like resentment. So realizing these things, really, I was just like, wow, I created this atmosphere for myself. So the epiphany for me was, oh my God, I've been blaming everybody else. I've been blaming the government, my parents, everybody around me, nobody's supportive. And at the end of the day, it was who I saw in the mirror every single day. So that changed things for me. So I said, you know what? I've been reading these books about mindset. How can I change my thought pattern? And then that's when I kind of get into affirmations. I absolutely love affirmations if they're done the right way. I encourage everyone to get into that. And I just started writing them on index cards. I'm getting better every single day. I'm becoming more neat every single day. My mind is becoming more positive every single day. I wouldn't say I am, yet, because the brain, the way it works, you can't go from feeling resentful and negative all the way to I am this awesome person. It just doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work that way. So I had to give myself space to adjust to the changes I was making. And what I would start to find is my thoughts were changing. It would go from, today absolutely stinks to today's not that bad because this is what happened.
Yeah.
And I kept reading and kept, going into this whole thing with affirmations. And one day I'll never forget, I was talking to a group of friends, and this was probably 2 years later. So I'm inspiring them. I'm motivating them. I'm telling them about all these things that I've learned. And they're like, who are you, dude? And I was just like, what are you talking about? They were like, you have completely changed. Like, this is like you back in the day, but even further beyond. Like, it's unbelievable. You're so inspiring to sit down and talk to. And then it hit me. It was just like, wow, I had realized I got so consumed into changing my thought patterns and wanted to change my mental environment and emotional environment that I had changed. Didn't even realize it. I was already transforming within. So it's an amazing thing. But I do want to tell everybody listening, this is a lifelong, continuous process. I'm a very transparent person. I'm at the place now where I've got to go back and revisit that stuff, due to everything happening in my world and my personal life and just the world as a whole. So I want to encourage everybody. These are things you have to consistently do, because if you fall off and you stop getting out of that routine or that habit of really just, self-care and really educating yourself and inspiring yourself and feeding yourself internally these good things, you will see yourself start to drift. And some of those thoughts that you weren't thinking for years, they can start to creep back in. So I just want to kind of make that a point, because most people, they're pushing this, change your mindset forever type of thing. And it's not that way. It's a daily thing. Personal development is called personal development. It's a consistent action. It's not personally developed. We're gonna continue to develop ourselves until we leave this earth. So I just want to kind of make that point and be transparent and say, hey, you know what? I fell off the wagon a little bit. So this is actually even good for me, being here. And it inspires and motivates me. But it's a consistent thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's not one time. It's consistent. And you will fall, but you get back up and you continue to go. That's just life. So that's just what I want to add.
I think one couple important things that I think I hear before I turn it over to Candace. Couple things that I hear. It's about self-care, changing your mind yourself, but then it's not about starting. And as Candace always says, it's about staying. So Candace, give us some of that mindfulness, that red couch juju that you share with us all the time. How do we mentally make the decision to be better mentally? How do we get there? What are we doing?
As a speaker, we're taught to tell them, right? Tell them what you told them and tell them again. So I'm going to tell y'all again what they all just told you, right? So listen, get your pen, listen in real closely, because it's nothing like you heard before when you're talking about building up your mental muscle. One of the things we always hear about transformation. So transformation is not a one and done. Right? You can't do one thing and think you're going to be transformed. Like Miyoko said, transformation is a continual series of changes, right? Did you catch that? A continual series of changing as you go through your life, right? And you ain't done till you're dead. It's just that simple. We can use all these fancy words, personal development. Listen up, chick, you ain't done till you dead. If you still got breath, then you have things to do. There's some changes that still need to be made for all of us, even for those of us that's in this field. We have our own planning that we do, you know, because your change is on the other side of your challenge. And like Dr. V said, she just simply said that you got to own where you are. So you're going to own where you are. Tell the truth. Good Lord, stop lying. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to the world, myself included. There was a time when I tried to commit suicide. I wanted to be out of here. So it was like life was too hard. I lost my business. I was filing bankruptcy. I got a divorce from my business partner. Life was crazy. It was simply dark, but through the day, I was lying. It looked like I was okay. I was telling everybody it was okay. I ain't had no food to eat. The lights was out. I ain't had no money. I went from having 7 zeros in the bank to having a negative 7 zeros. So right here, you don't have nothing. Who, me? This can't be happening to me. You don't want anybody to know. You embarrassed. You're not telling the truth. You know, you're scared. So you go inside your world, like they said. So you wind up in this tornado. You know, you have this tornado that's simply spinning and you don't know what to do. So I decided I wanted to check up out of here. I can't do this. I don't have no money. You know, I'm eating molded bread with jelly on it. You know what? I can't do this anymore. When all you have to do is pick up the phone and you have to call and you have to ask for help, right? But you are afraid of someone telling you no. That's what I was afraid of. Someone is going to tell me no. I didn't even want to go see a social worker or a psychiatrist because, I was a little cray-cray, if truth be told. But I was scared to go tell somebody. Right. But at the end of the day, what I realized when I tried it, I did try it. And I'm going to let y'all know I went to Google to try to figure it out. They lied. So you can't be listening to everything. You can't be listening to everything that Google said, right? So you got to figure this thing out. Everything is figure outable, right? Absolutely. So I started figure outable. So you got to figure it out. So that means you got to reach out, tell your truth, get some help so some people can help you. And what happened with me is, who did I turn to beyond God? Because when I took the drugs, the ones that I had in my house, according to Google, it said take 9. I took 11 and it still didn't do a job, right? So it lied. But at the end of the day, it wasn't my time, right? God had a whole nother plan for me. So what I did basically was I became my best client, like Dr. V said, like Dr. Kelly said. If your client came to you with this crap, what would you tell them?
What would you say?
What would I say to them? So Jilly, I would say to them, come on, chick, get it together. Right. You know this already. And for me, it was like, you already been through this. You're a cancer conqueror. You already know how to pivot. This is not something you haven't been through. So you want to look at your life and know of all the times that you pivoted and what did you do? Because your plan is in the pivot. Your plan is in your pivot. So understanding, so I told myself, I know what I did. Now I got to continue to do it. But here's what I want to leave you with. Like, you'll simply say, well, how did you do it? There's a system that I built that simply said that I have been doing all along. And I knew then that once I didn't die, the reason why I didn't die is because I had followed that system, those changes for so long. Like, what was those changes? I visit Dr. Spirit every day, right? Who are you connected into? I sat still every day until I got into turmoil. But for all the practices that I did way back then, it held me then, right? I was eating well. I was moving well. I was sleeping well. I was hydrating well. All those things that you talk about in self-care was the things that I did back then. And I realized when I went to the hospital, that's what saved my life. So all the things that you're going to learn through this and this practices is the things that's going to help you keep your mind. That mental muscle is up. It's a muscle just like my bicep muscle. You know, as we're building in our workout group every day, like we're building biceps, but I'm all up in your mind. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm all up in your mind that simply says you can do this. All right, you did it. You have the capability. You have the potential. Now do one more. Because once you create your plan, like Miyoko said, you keep doing it again.
You
and
keep
again,
doing it again.
And again and again. That's the plan. You got to follow the plan to the letter of the law. You already created it. You know it. Go back to what you know. So when you leave here after you hear all this panel, you can't say this. Like, what are you pretending not to know? You know.
Right, because we're going to tell them today. We are definitely going to tell them today. And so we heard about sort of the big picture of it. And so I want to start with Dr. V, because we're always talking about, you know, you got to meditate. And we have talked about in this panel about sitting in that moment, sitting on the red couch by yourself and saying, I'm not okay. I need to change and go to Google. But when you're in that moment and you're doing it again and again, and people always say, well, meditate. We know about the breathing part. We know about the sitting still part. But Dr. V, what are we saying to ourselves in our mind as a part of that meditation? What are we doing when we're sitting there in that moment?
I think a big part of it is just allowing ourselves to be sometimes. You know, so we're looking for certain thoughts to come. We're looking for certain inspiration. And sometimes it's just a matter of being, because we're so busy, you know. So when I talk to my clients and I suggest that they do meditation, or I suggest sometimes that they just sit and they be in the moment. And sometimes I get this resistance from them because they're like, well, either, you know, I don't feel comfortable just sitting with myself, you know, so that just shows how we try to get away from the emotions. We try to get away from any trauma thoughts or whatever. Like we try to escape that. And then even when I have someone to sit and meditate, you know, what they'll come back and say is, I'm not good at it. I don't know how to meditate because my mind just keeps, you know, every 3 seconds, it keeps, you know, jumping to something else. I can't do it. I'm not good at it. You know, and I tell people, number one, meditation is brain training. It's not clearing out our minds. It's training our minds to do different, to be different than what they've been over the past 20, 40, however many years, right? So it's training our minds to do something else, because what a lot of people don't know is that we can actually change our minds. We can change them. And, you know, so we can certainly feel disempowered because we feel like, I've been doing this forever. I tried to change this and I just keep doing it. I just keep going back to these behaviors. Or I just keep having these thoughts. And the thing with meditation is that you are learning to train your mind to do something different. So I tell people, sit there and whatever thoughts come up, because that was kind of how my moment came. And, and I didn't want the thoughts to come up, but just with the setting, they just happen to come up. And as you sit there and you're trying to meditate and you're calm in that moment, things are going to come your way. And I tell people, just take and jot notes down. Jot notes down, because those are the things that we need to deal with. You know, so you don't have to sit and say, okay, you know, what should come up or what should I be dealing with? Trust me, if you sit there and you allow yourself to be, there are going to be things that come up. There are going to be things that find you that you have tried to stuff down for years and years and years. And if you let them, you just allow yourself to be, those things are going to make themselves transparent. They're going to make it, you're going to become aware. And from that, if you write it down, you know, then, okay, these are some things that I have to deal with. These are the things as you're trying to just, you know, meditate, you're trying to sit there and you're trying to, you know, clear your mind, because that's what everybody thinks you're supposed to do. That it's just like, oh my gosh, why do I keep thinking this? Because you probably need to deal with that.
Absolutely.
Good.
And I guess you're developing that mental resiliency, Miyoko, that you talk about. Tell us, it just seems like to control that, it takes some mental fortitude. So, any tips or ideas that you can give to the audience on as you're going through that transformation to become mentally stronger, mindfully stronger? Are there any tips or ideas that you can pass on to the audience to help them sit in the moment on the red couch by themselves?
I think one of the biggest things I would say to everybody listening is that it's just like, I think Candace said, like training a muscle, like a regular muscle, like the mind muscle. You have to consistently do the things that are going to develop and train that particular muscle. I am a big proponent of, like I said, affirmations. So let me ask the audience this. I'm being led this way. What are you feeding yourself every single day? Because no matter what we do, we are always ingesting something, especially mentally. So whether it be the news, whether it be TikTok, whether it be social media, what are you ingesting every day? Because when you meditate, like Dr. V says, based on your daily habits and what you've been ingesting, this is going to cause that particular atmosphere when you're meditating. So I would say to the audience and everybody listening, be mindful what you're ingesting. Ask yourself, what am I feeding myself every single day? Is it mentally, spiritually nourishing my body, mind, soul, and spirit? Or am I putting harmful things within myself? And as I ask you that, I'm asking myself, what am I ingesting? What are you ingesting every single day? So to answer your question about being mentally strong, it is absolutely impossible if you are not ingesting the right things, if you're not absorbing the right things, being around the right people, reading the right things, speaking to yourself in the right way. A lot of times we say, oh, you're so stupid. I'm such an idiot. Stop telling yourself that, because what you're doing is you're feeding that message to your brain.
Right.
You're feeding that message to your mindset. So whether or not you see it or not, subconsciously, that's being programmed. So these are things that are going to go against you being mentally strong. So my question would be, what are you feeding yourself? And if you're not feeding yourself the right things, it is time for you to change your nutritional lifestyle.
Change what you're taking in. I mean, that is so important, and to get in all of that stuff, not just what you put in your mouth, what you put in your brain is just as important for you to be better. For you to grow, to be mentally strong, you have to be sitting still, practicing, repeating. You might fall off, and then you get back on and do it again. Do it again, because we're the only ones that are in control of our brain. So, Kelly, I want to know, I'm one of the audience members. This has sort of come up several times in the chat. What can I do? What 3 things can I do today to shift my mind? Give us some things to walk away with.
I will. And you know what? I've walked away with some great things myself. This has been awesome. And you know what? You don't learn necessarily from hearing yourself talk. You learn when you're open to receiving from other people. So I got some good nuggets here today, and I love that. So what 3 things? I'm glad you asked that question. So here's what we've talked about a lot. Everything, like I said earlier, kind of goes back to self-care. So let's start there. I'm sorry, not stop there, because we're not stopping. It's a process, as Candace said, and as long as you have breath, girlfriend, you're gonna be doing this, or man friend, you're gonna be doing this. So let's do that. Self-care, self-care, self-care. You cannot attack the things that you need to attack in your life, the demands, the responsibilities, if you are not taking care of yourself first. That's always number 1 in my book. Number 2, let's talk about some gratitude, some daily gratitude, increasing your focus on what do I have? What do I know today? What kind of things give me strength, even if I feel like I can't do it today? Gratitude is a great reminder of the do-haves, not the don't-haves. And I actually think that one should have been first. I like waking with a mindset of gratitude, just kind of starting your day off that way. As hard as it may be, as soon as your feet hit the floor, Give some gratitude, you know, that might strengthen you somewhere that you didn't know that you were going to be strong today. So we got gratitude, we got self-care, and then here's a big one. Here's a big one. How about we practice some self-compassion sometimes? And I think that Miyoko mentioned this, you know, when you send that message to yourself, oh, you're so stupid, you keep making this same mistake. Listen, you don't want to continue that narrative. So let's talk about giving ourselves a break sometimes. You know, when you're working on things and it's difficult and one foot might be stuck in the past and another foot is trying to get ahead of you in the future, let's talk about giving ourselves a break. Let yourself off the hook sometimes. Acknowledge. I'm not saying avoid, right? I'm saying acknowledge those things and accept those things, but give yourself a break and permission to reset and to restart. So that's what I would say the three main things are. And I just want to add one more thing. I know we got to move on, but listen.
Give us that bonus.
All right, here's the bonus. You know, the very things that you may find the most difficult to do when you're in a hard place, when you're in the valley, when you feel alone, when you're on the couch and you hear these messages, those are the things that will help you to take some action. So they may be the hardest things to do, but if you can just get yourself into, you know, one small thing, it doesn't have to be a huge thing, one small thing, one change of your thought every day, that's what propels you into the next step. So that's what I would say. Might seem difficult, but just 1 foot, 1 step, one little shift of the brain, and you might be well on your way to some growth and some evolution. That's what I would say to that.
Oh my God. I have been so filled with so much out of this panel. I want to thank each and every one of you. But before we leave, I want to give everyone an opportunity to take a minute to just share something about how can the audience reach out to you and stay connected.
You know what, before you go, Sonia, because I'm gonna need to just jump in for 1 minute, right? Simply because even as you bring this all around and you're giving the tools that you can use as you move forward, right? And a lot of this is with the mind. But here's the deal. In order to change what you're thinking, you have to change your physical position. See, because a lot of times we stay in our space where we are, and you gotta move. You know, I play around with move your ass, and I ain't even gonna put the sets on it. Move your ass. It's just that simple. So as we get through it, and sometimes it's just like that. You gotta move. You gotta get up. You got to get up from where you are to change your thought process as you move along. Now, you heard this early on in the show. So we want you to put down, you know, what you took away from this, what nugget that you have. What is it that you need help with? Do you need to come sit on the red couch as we move along? But as we move along into this, I want you to think about this because this bears repeating. And I want everybody to have a pen because listen, note takers are money makers. We're talking about building some body cash and body equity up in here. Mind equity. The mind is the master power and we are mind. And evermore, our mind takes the tools of thought, the shaping what we will. Your mind will bring forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. We think secret. And it comes to pass. Our mind is a looking glass. Your inner picture will determine your outer world. What you think about, you bring about. The power to change really is in your hand. You just gotta want it. You gotta ask yourself today while you're hearing all this information, as Kelly said, how bad do you want it? What's that fourth bonus that she gave you? Let me tell you something. How bad do you want it? What is it that's going to make you move? That's what you have to ask yourself, as Dr. V said, what's going to make you move? Not January, because for all of your evolutionary changes that we make through this should lead you straight to the revolution of the change that you are seeking.
Thank you so much for adding that. I've been blessed. You know, in the next 365 days, we're going to fall off that wagon, Miyoko, but we can always get back up. and start over again and again and again. And so, but as we're about to leave out, I just want to say, wake up with gratitude. These are the things that I took away. Wake up with gratitude and fill your day with affirmation, positive affirmations, and be okay with the answer to the question, are you okay, as being no. It's okay. So I'm going to start with you, Miyoko. Let us know, how can the audience get in touch with you and stay connected with you?
They can reach me via website, www.miyokotaylor.com. That's M as in Mary, EIYOKO, TAYLOR.com. They can find me on Instagram, same thing, Miyoko Taylor, Facebook, same thing. They can reach out to me there. This has been absolutely amazing. I am full. I've learned so much. If I could run out of my chair right now. This is stuff I'm going to apply to my own life. So I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, beautiful, intelligent women, for allowing me to be on this stage with you. That's all I have to say.
So thank you for braving it with us. So Dr. V, let us know, how can we get in touch with you and stay connected?
All right, so my website is www.drvalikamoore.com. So that's DRVALEKA Moore, MOORE. I can be also reached on all social media platforms as Dr. Valika Moore. And if you do go to my website, I would love to give you your a free gift. So it would be a 5-day e-course on how to shift boldly into your next.
Ooh, I'm ready to shift boldly. Miss Kelly Jamison, how can we stay connected? Because girl, woo, you lit it off today.
Thank you. I appreciate you all so much. Okay, so I have some things that are under construction via my website and some other things, but you can always reach me via my Facebook page, which is Arise Therapy and Life Coaching Center, LLC. That connects you to all my other ways of contact. And I do have some things there too, that if you reach me on my Facebook page and let me know that you saw me on this panel, I will have something to send your way. So thank you again, everybody, for being here with me, and Candace for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Candace, for putting this together. I am just filled. I don't ever want to get off the red couch because you just walk away stronger. So thank you so much. And everyone, I so appreciate all the information that you provided to us today. It has just been amazing. And I know the audience is walking away with a lot of value to change their mind, to take those steps into the hard way of moving. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all. So have a great
Sonia,
day.
before you go out, and eat before you go out, you can contact me, right? So listen.
You know how to contact you.
Familiarity, y'all, I tell you. But one of the things about it, even as someone that's just on here and coming to this panel and hearing what everything has to say, I'm Candace Camille, the Wellologist. And also I'm known, of course, all social media websites at the Wellologist, Instagram, Facebook, everything. You can also go to my website, CandaceCamille.com, and download a free smoothie ebook. And if you're in here at this summit, you can go to SexyFitWellSummit.com, SexyFitWellSummit.com. If you're in here and you absolutely love what you're getting, we have a video vault for you, so you can always have this if you want to copy for yourself, so you can actually get this, because I'm telling you, I had my own notepad and everything as you go. So it was almost like a train the trainer. So a lot of times when they see us as coaches, we want to figure out, we need to learn in this space as well. So listen, you want to make sure you get the tools that you can use. Leave your comments in the chat box for these panelists so they can answer your questions as you move forward in this Sexy Fit Well Summit. Go run and tell somebody, come on in and join us here. Sonia.
Yes, go run and tell someone. And so Candace, you gotta love the hostess with the mostest. There is so much more to be heard from in the Sexy Fit and Well Summit. I'm gonna turn it over to Christian Young to keep us moving along. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
About you, but I am full. Okay, so I'm going to take this is the end of the day. We're not doing no more today. Okay, we're going to take what we received today. We're going to make an action plan. We're going to wrap it all up. We're going to wrap it all up and make sure we digest these notes and get ready for our daily living. So we're going to take that wellness recovery action plan. We're going to wrap up all of this. Our spirit's been fed, our soul's been fed, our mindset. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And guess what? You still have time to invite a friend. Don't just keep sitting on this information. You receive so much. You still have time to invite a friend. Tell your homegirls. Post it on your social media, every social media platform. This is where you need to be. The sexyfitandwellsummit.com. Make sure they get registered. Register for them if you have to, okay? We got to get these ladies in here, get this information. Now make sure as we wrap up the day, make sure you are emailing Candace Camille, okay? Don't, I know you took a lot of notes. You got to go back to the beginning. Make sure you count up all those P's and email them to info@CandaceCamille.com to make sure you get your free book. You got to make sure you get all of the nuggets that have been available to you, okay? So you got to make sure you get that book, The Sexy, Fit, and Well, 40 Days, 40 Ways to Rock to the Rhythm of Your Thoughts. And again, that is going to be autographed, so don't miss out on that opportunity. Email those P's. Make sure you're posting on social media using the hashtag Sexy, Fit, and Well Summit to make sure everybody is getting these nuggets. And make sure you continue to post in the chat, because as I said, everybody's not getting everything. So we got to work together and make sure we take care of that. So we want to say a big thank you to Dr. Valika Moore. We want to say a big thank you to Mr. Miyoko Taylor. I messed that up in the beginning, y'all. I've been so excited, and we got all these ladies. So please accept my apology, Mr. Miyoko Taylor. And we want to say a special thank you to Kelly Jamison, and of course our moderator, Miss Sonia Williams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for all of our speakers today, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ladies, take this information and use it. Get some good sleep tonight. Get some good sleep. Get that deep breathing in. And we're going to see you tomorrow for day 2, which is all about movement. I'll see you then.